Hello and welcome to this, our 233rd live stream. Happy All Saints Eve. Okay. Or, in its shortened form, Halloween. Happy Halloween. Uh, yes. Halloween is a Christian festival. It's not satanic. I wish people would stop saying it was satanic. It's not. Some of the practices around it that have sort of become accretions to it are definitely satanic, but Halloween itself is not satanic. It's a Christian festival that goes at least back to the 7th century. So it's crazy we have to deal with this every year. We have to deal with this every single year. It's just nuts that we have to deal with this. And it's, oh, good grief. Okay. Ryan Cohen kept candy corn is pagan, though. No, it's just an abomination against good taste. Not pagan. Definitely, though, an abomination. Oh, boy. Dossman says, my mom is a hardcore Baptist. I hear how it was started by pagans and D&D all the time. Well, it was not started by pagans. And D&D is based on Lord of the Rings. Really? And that's not pagan either. I mean, D&D is really based on Lord of the Rings. Oh boy. So, let's get to the channel business, and then we'll start with your questions. Because we got some fun channel news here. Okay. You all know about my book, A Reliquary of the Dead. What you might not know is the book has won top honors at the Halloween book festival. This means it basically was determined to be the top book in the entire festival over horror genre, romance, nonfiction, biography. It swept the entire festival. I mean, of course, it took top place in the science fiction category, but it also took top prize for the complete festival. So we are really, really excited here that we have a not just an award-winning book now, but a top award-winning book. So that's our first announcement. Second announcement is we are still doing our third annual ETS D&D game. That's going to be on November 21st. If you want to join into that, you do need to sign up for it. And to sign up for it, you have to join our Discord. The link's in the description. And make it intention known that you want to play. We still have a few slots open for our D&D game. And yes, D&D is not pagan either. Okay. Oh yeah, that's crazy, yeah. V31L. The pants had pagan origin, therefore we should not use pants. Yeah, the National Socialist with the funny mustache brushed his teeth. We shouldn't brush our teeth either. All right, return to the toga. Yeah, that'd be funny. Us running around Vancouver in togas. We've seen a lot of weird stuff today walking past our window. Okay, and finally, we also want to announce that we have a fan fiction lore writing contest here. This has been spearheaded by our producer here, and we got a little short video here, and that will explain the contest. So I'm going to give it a run now. Okay, so there's the rules are in that video. We will post that video on the channel as well as have a link to it on our Discord. Again, all this is being done through Discord. That's how I coordinate things. So, yeah, 6 words minimum. Yeah, you can do a perfectly acceptable short story in 6 words. In fact, you can do I'll give you an example if you want a 6-word short story. But it's super depressing, okay? You've been warned. And sloppy wept. Tossman wins. Not enough words though. Yeah, here's a perfect. This is a complete short story in 6 words. Okay. Baby shoes for sale, never used. It is a complete short story. You know what happened. You don't even have to guess what happened. So it is actually possible to do a complete short story in 6 words, which is what we kind of hold that as a minimum. Okay. So that covers the channel business. Let's get to the rules of the channel, and then we'll get to your questions. Okay, rule number 1, super chats have priority. No question there. Nobody even contests that. We do take non-super chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in before the question so we know it's directed to us. No Q, no colon. Might as well not even, we don't even see that. Only post non-super chat questions once. Question spamming will disqualify your question for the night. If it's something from the Bible, we do need context. So that means we need to know what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. If you sponsor a super chat, non-super chat, we ask that you put the non-super chat in the super chat so that we don't have to go hunting for it. It just saves us time. And then finally, 1 question per chat. No question stuffing. So we're not going to take a question where there's 10 questions stuffed into a single chat. That's not fair to people, and we just aren't going to entertain it. Okay, so with that said, let's get into the questions. First question is from Darkblade. Why does the X of the channel only subscribers of X minutes no longer can send messages keep changing? It's usually 6, but I saw it was 8 today and 10 last week. Okay. This is to throw out the bots. Okay. Bots learn. Okay. Bots can read that and change their timing accordingly. So we like to throw off some of the less sophisticated bots. And that's how we do it, is we do it by changing the number of subscribe time. So that's all it is. It's just to keep the bots at bay. Next question here from Harry Stark. Does David want to abolish the monarchy? No, I don't want to abolish the monarchy. I think the monarchy still serves an important function. It does sort of keeps the political parties in some semblance of order. Not much, but some. But no, I don't want to abolish the monarchy. It's not. I'm not a Republican as such. So, Republican in the little r sense. Okay. So. Okay. Tossman confirmed not to the Irish Catholic. Okay, Harry Stark asks another question. Is it a sin to be introverted? I hope not. Because if it is, I'm certainly sinning already. I'm a very introverted person. Okay, nobody will ever believe it, but yeah, I'm very very introverted. I'm not just a little introverted. I'm a lot introverted. So, uh, confirmed. False denomination is not Quebec separatist. Ryan asks, "Is Mrs. Producer extroverted then?" You want me to answer that? Okay, she's given me permission to answer that. Yes, she is extroverted. Uh, I'm what they call a gregarious introvert. She's a furtive extrovert. So when people see us in public, they kind of get us sort of backwards. They think she's the introvert, I'm the extrovert, when it's really quite the opposite. It's the opposite. I'm the introvert. In fact, after these live streams, I'm so exhausted, it's just like I shut down completely. So, and she'll do something like this, and she's just getting going. She's just warming up. 5 hour live stream for her. She's just warming up, and you can't take the mic from her cold dead hand. Um, she loves people. She loves interacting with people, and she gets very, very charged the more she deals with people. Me, desert islands just would be just fine. Cave, middle of nowhere, no people. So, no, it's not a sin to be. It's not a sin to be introverted. It, but it's a sin to be controverted. Okay. So no, not a sin to be introverted. Fortunately, protoverted. What about protoverted? Uh, and then final non super chat here we got is what Halloween traditions does the Falk family have? Missing it entirely. Missing it entirely. Shutting our drapes and hiding. Locking the door. Turning out all the lights. Laughing at all the people. The closest thing I have to a Halloween tradition is watching. I try to do this every Halloween. I haven't for a couple years now, but I'm going to do it again. Is watching the Vampire Princess Miyu OAVs. I love those OAVs, especially around Halloween. So we haven't done that in ages, no. But they're creepy and they're fun. They're just really good anime. They stare from the curtains, pretty much. We hope they go away. Just hope they go away. Okay. So that's our non-super chats here. Let's start with our super chats. Okay, Chow Yi for 15. I think these are... I don't know what MYR is, but thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. Would you consider Pact to be an accurate translation for the Ark? It encapsulates both conspiracy and contract. No, because the reason why is because we have two different words for the Ark of the Covenant. We have the Ark of the Testimony, which uses the word edute, and that's a conspiracy. Edutes are conspiracies. Then you have the Ark of the Covenant, which is Berit. and a brit is a contract. It's a covenant. It's a treaty. Okay, so I wouldn't consider pact to be a good translation if you're trying to cover both. I wouldn't try to cover both. I'd keep them separate because they are separate words and they're being used in different ways. So, um, so because the text is being very explicit there in how it's being used, I would definitely um I would definitely keep those two terms separate. The conspiracy and the covenant, I keep those separate, and I tried to cover it with just one word. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helps. Next one here from Striding Hermit. What is true versus false worship? If only God can read hearts. Well, there is true and false worship, and they tend to be just um what is your goal in all this? What are you doing? Are you trying to love God more? Are you trying to get to know God more? That would be true worship. Are you trying to esteem God? That would be true worship. If you're trying to make yourself look good by eloquent prayers, that's an example of false worship. Um, so God can tell the difference. God can tell the difference between true and false worship. He has no problem telling the difference. It's more humans that have the difficulty telling the difference. A guy can say beautiful, beautiful prayers. He can look all pious and have a personal life that's complete rot on the inside. I know a guy at seminary who could say the most beautiful, beautiful prayers. But it was how do I say this? He did some sketchy behavior that you wouldn't expect a married man to be doing. In fact, it kind of shocked us when we found out he was married because he was kind of the hound dog of the seminary. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He wore a wedding ring, and as Mrs. Producer just said, none of us noticed he wore a wedding ring because of his behavior. Yeah, yeah. It was actually pointed out to us that he had a wedding ring, and none of us could believe it because it was just like, no way. this guy was hitting on all the single women in the class. So it's just like, uh, okay. Well, sometimes you can tell false worship, sometimes you can't. Yeah, con artists are really good at it. If a guy's a good con artist, there's no way you can tell it. But really, the difference is this something that's extolling God, or is it something that's building you up? Because that's sort of the difference here. Worship ascribes worth to God. False worship ascribes worth to yourself. So, or to something other than God. So that's how I would sort of differentiate the two. Okay, next one. We are going to start taking some of the AT ones down. Okay. Thoughts on the Ark Museum? Which one? There's several Ark museums. There is the Noah's Ark Museum by Answers in Genesis. There is an Ark Museum in the middle of the Israeli desert. So there's some even would call, say, the Temple Institute's little funky museum a art museum. Art, probably the first one, yeah, but I don't actually have much thoughts on that, to be honest. Could be fun, yeah, yeah. Ryan Cohen camp. I'm indifferent to the Art Museum. Whatever floats your boat. Ooh, bad pun. Bad pun. Actually, a really good pun, but still. uh, they're even in Israel. No, no, no. This is the art museum in Israel is different. It's not the Noah's Ark. It's an Ark of the Covenant museum. So what they have there is a recreation of the tabernacle. They have the full recreation of the tabernacle with a model of the a recreation of the Ark of the Covenant inside of it. So, so yeah, there's actually a number of these that are floating around. Believe it or not, floating around. So yeah, it's not just one. There's not just one art museum. There's several. So but if he's talking about, say, Ken Ham's Ark Encounter, I don't have really much of an opinion of it. It's it's yeah, it's interesting that he made it to the size that's sort of specified, um, and that he made it out of wood. I mean, that's impressive right there. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um. Oh, hi, Mama. How you doing? Mama's in the house. Um. I should just give you a little tip, by the way, Mama. Just a little thing as you're reading, as you do some of that reading for me. Um, check the serial number on Tola. Okay, check her serial number versus the serial number in book two. Okay, that might answer some of your questions. Okay. All right. Next one here is Dossman. Oh no, spoilers! Hey, spoilers are great. Spoilers are fantastic. Not yet on beta copies, but on everything else. Okay. Next one from AT Ministries. Thank you for the super chat. Did viziers perform priestly activities? Some of them did. Some of them didn't. It really, really depends if they were priests, and a lot of them did perform religious activities. Um, because a lot of the higher ranking people also had priestly titles. So so yeah, some of them did, some of them didn't. It all depends. But yeah, there were priests that there were viziers that were priests, and there were generals that were priests that held priestly titles. And if you held a priestly title, you usually did some sort of priestly work. So it all depends if they held those titles or not. Okay, next one here is, what is a hill country? Pretty much like it says, it's a country area with a region with hills. Um, when you see that in the Bible, it's typically talking about the area of Judea. Judea was very had a relatively high elevation. It was a hilly area, um, and it made it distinct from, say, the lowlands on the coastal plain and the swamp and coastal plain. So, if you look at, say, the if you take a slice of Israel going west to east, you start off at the Mediterranean, and you're on this really flat coastal plain, which ends up being a swamp, and then it just goes up in elevation into the Judean foothills, and then it drops on the other side into the Dead Sea Basin. So that's what sort of is referred to as the hill country. It's the Judean foothills. Okay? So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next super chat here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How can I love the Lord with all my heart and soul if I were burdened by self-loathing? Burdened by self-loathing. Okay. If you're burdened with self-loathing and you're giving it all your heart and soul, that would include that self-loathing too. So you give that to God also. Yeah. 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 So, that's what I would say is if give that also to him. Give your self-loathing also to God. Let him deal with it. Ask for help. It doesn't say your heart and soul have to be perfect. Just that you give what you've got. So mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have bad days. You're gonna have a lot of bad days. That's just part of being human. I have bad days. So, you give that to God also. Let him take care of it. All right. Next one here. Chow Yi for 15. Thank you for the super chat. Can you elaborate on Daniel in Ezekiel 14:14? Is this a case of Israelites revering foreign mythological figures as saints, so to speak? Let's take a look at that. I think I know what you're talking about here. And I think this is a controversial passage. Ezekiel 14, verse 14. Yeah. All right. Start at verse 13. Son of man, if a country sins against me by committing unfaithfulness, I will stretch out my hand against it, destroy its supply of bread, send famine against it, and cut off it from it, both man and beast. Even though these three men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in its midst, by their own righteousness they could not deliver themselves, declares the Lord God. Okay. Now the whole question is the name Daniel here, or Daniel. The problem is that it is not clear whether it is Daniel or Daniel, and there is a difference. Daniel was probably a young man at the time of Ezekiel, so there's this persistent doubt that this refers to the biblical Daniel. But Daniel was this sort of mythological or hagiographic wise man that is sort of on the same level as Noah and Job. He was not seen to be an Israelite, but he does seem to have been a foreigner that seemed to have had the power of say prophets Okay, and the text criticism of this passage does seem to suggest that this is Daniel, not Daniel. Okay. Cushy Mouse, Mark Smith believes that Daniel is Daniel from Ugaritic mythology. Yeah, and I would sort of concur with that. I don't necessarily think Daniel's from Ugaritic mythology, because he does seem to have been um one of those little prophets that got around, kind of like Balaam. Okay, so um Ryan Concap, Nob and Job weren't Israelites either. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why Ezekiel is selected. These three is because they aren't, and the context of the passage does seem to suggest this is other countries, not just the Israelites here. So, so I'm inclined to think that this is Daniel. And the text, without, say, the Masoretic pointings, also seems to suggest this is Daniel, or Daniel. The Masoretes has seemed to have changed this to read Daniel, but I don't think that Masoretic pointing is correct. All right, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. Next one here is from Louis Sandoval for 199. How different is Judaism from Israelite religion? Okay. Israelite religion is monotheistic, like Judaism, but it's also has a very rigid sacrificial system. Modern Judaism, what's what we call today Rabbinic Judaism, has decided, okay, we can't do sacrifices anymore. We're not a sacrificial system anymore. So, modern Judaism tries to, how do I say this? Sort of navigate their way around not having a temple anymore, and not having a tabernacle, and not having a sacrificial system. So, and it's really not the same Israelite religion that existed in the first century. It's really much more shaped by the Talmud and its interpretations. Okay? So in that respect, it's not the same beast anymore. So I hope that helps. But it's like, for example, the Passover. The Passover is every house is supposed to get a lamb, and you sacrifice it yourself, and you have that as the Passover meal. They don't do that anymore because the temple doesn't exist. Well, there's nothing saying that the temple has to exist to do Passover in the way it was prescribed. But the sages, the Talmudic sages, have interpreted that you can't have lamb for Passover. That used to be a requirement, yeah. Yeah, modern living, you can't do that, but yeah. So, yeah, yeah, because you're actually, as the household is supposed to sacrifice the lamb, the head of the house. And frankly, I'm glad I don't have to do that. But that was part of it. It's like, yeah, you go to the grocery store, you buy one frozen. Yeah. Yeah, but the Talmudic the sages have basically said, Well, because there's no temple now, you can't have lamb for Passover. When there was actually never a requirement for that to be changed, because you had Passover prior to the temple. So
they would sacrifice.
Yeah, they'd sacrifice them in their home. Yeah. Darkblade goes, the Passover lamb is oft in the eater's home, not at the temple. Anyway, actually, that's in the second temple period. What they would do, it was they would actually take the lamb to the Temple Mount. Okay, so not inside the temple, but on the outside of the temple. They would take it to the Temple Mount. A priest would consecrate the lamb, and then the head of the house would sacrifice the lamb there, and then take the body back to be consumed. So that was a tradition that grew up around the Second Temple period. So unless the person for Passover lived outside of Jerusalem, yeah, they would actually take it up to the Temple Mount to do this. So okay. The next one here is going to be from AT Ministries. Next. What did ancient Israelite and early Christian fasting look like? Okay. That is an interesting question. It usually was early ancient Israelite and early Christian fasting. Generally, you abstain from food. Okay? You abstain from food, but not water. So you could have water. All the water you wanted. You didn't have wine. But you could. It depended on the type of fast too. There was what they would call there's a total what's it called now a total eating fast, and then they had what was called a bread fast. Now, in a bread fast, you were supposed to restrict how much you ate, but you could have a piece of bread, and that was considered still a fast. But if you ate 2 loaves of bread, no, that would not be fasting anymore. Have some roast beef on that bread and some cheese, and still a piece of bread, right? Yeah. But it was considered to be a sunset to sunset fast, usually. Okay? So yeah, so modern Islamic fasting is not anything like ancient Israelite fasting. Not even close. It wasn't a fast during the day, gorge yourself at night kind of deal. So that was not Israelite fasting. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan Cohen Camp. What about breakfast? Not allowed on Israelite fasting. No. Merv Monson says Islamic fasting isn't even fasting. I think he means in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. I would agree. It's not fasting. It's sort of late lunch. Yeah. Oh yeah, those guys will just pig out once. I mean, they'll gorge themselves once sunset rolls around. Tibiara, the only confirmed miracle of Islam is that you gain weight during fasting. Yeah, it is sort of. Oh, last time we were in Egypt, it was during one of those. It was during Ramadan, and that's supposed to be the month-long fast. Oh my gosh! Once the lights went out, once the sunset, boy, they were rolling out some pretty oh um High calorie food. So the buffet bar opened at that point. Yeah. Dark Flay goes. Many people don't actually fast; they just go nocturnal. Well, that's what basically what Islamic fasting is. It's just eating at night. Keeps learning. Was their fasting only done on a day off from work? Uh, well, it depended on the person, really. Some people, those who worked didn't tend to fast very much. Uh, really, fasting was one of those things that was more done and still mostly done by those who don't have manual labor jobs or were wealthy. Um, those who could do it and do it for spiritual purposes. So, okay, so that's that one. Next one here from AT. Joshua 18:10. Didn't Moses already divide the land? Okay, let's go to Joshua here. Joshua 18, verse 10. Yeah, this is at Shiloh. Okay. Uh, Verse 9. So the men went and passed through the land and described it by the cities and 7 divisions in a book. And they came to Joshua to camp at Shiloh. And Shiloh cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Lord. And there Joshua divided the land to the sons of Israel according to their divisions. Okay. Basically, the divisions here is clans. Okay, so that's Mekeloket. So this is sort of that they're the bigger units as their family units. Now Moses gave them a rough idea when he divided the land, but Shiloh is where they actually were able to map it out. So Moses didn't actually have a good idea what the geography of the land was actually like. So it's at Shiloh where the Israelites are actually going to sit down, knowing the lay of the land, and actually be able to um to work out the fine details of this division. And this is a process that takes a long time. This is not a short process. While um they do already have some idea of the general vicinities that everyone's going to be living in. There's some disputes over which side of what river they're going to be on and that sort of thing. So it takes them 2 years to work out these details. This is not a fast process, not by any stretch. So they're already having some land disputes that they're working out here at Shiloh. So even though Moses gave them a rough idea, it's not really until Shiloh that they really work out the fine details of this. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Joshua 19:15. Bethlehem was in Zebulun. Take a look here. What Joshua 19 says. 19:15. All right. Verse 10. Now the third lot came up for the sons of Zebulun according to their families. And the territory of their heritage was as far as Sarid. Then their border went up to the west to Marlah, and then touched Debasheth, and reached the brook that is before the Jokneam. And it turned from Sarid to the east towards the sunrise as far as the border of Kisloth Tabor, and it proceeded to Debereth and to Japhia. And from there it continued eastward towards sunrise at Gath Hefer and Eitz Kazan, and it proceeded to Rimon, which stretches to Nia. And the border circled around it to, on the north, to Hanatha, and to the end of Ithahel. Included also were Kata and Nahahal, and Shimron, and Idla, and Bethlehem, 12 cities and their villages. Okay. Now, this is not Bethlehem of Judea. Okay. This is the Bethlehem of Zebulun. Okay. One of the things we have to keep in mind is that not every place has a unique name. And this is just something that ancient peoples did. Ancient peoples recycled names. Bethlehem is just house of bread. That's what it means. So any place where you get a lot of grain, you might have a Bethlehem. Kind of like every state in the United States has a Springfield. There's one spring. There's actually more. There's like something like 56 Springfields in the United States. In the ancient world, there's 21 Antiochs. There's a half dozen Hermopolis. So these are names get recycled and reused over and over and again, and this is one of those examples where, yeah, because people aren't creative with their naming. Okay. Yeah, they're very not creative with their naming. Yeah. So that's what you're getting here. Is you're getting a duplicate name. And just again, it's one of those sort of generic house of bread. That's it's not, there's not just one Bethlehem in Canaan. There's probably several. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, it will be. Okay, next one is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Did the ancient Israelites have a gesture that is the equivalent to raising the middle finger? Not that I know of. Yeah, modern ones do. Yeah, the two fingers down is what the modern Israelis do.
British tourists flag in there.
Yes. And this leads to a funny, British tourists used to put two fingers down to flag a vehicle. So if you want to, like for example, one of the things you as a foreigner you go to, say, England, you want to flag a bus. Oh yeah, you got to point those two fingers down to flag a bus. Otherwise, the bus just, even though you're right at the bus stop, it'll go right past you. It will go right past you. Well, you do the same thing in Israel today, and people get really upset because they think you're giving them the bird. So, yeah, not all gestures are universal. But I'm not aware of any of ancient cultures that did something similar. They probably did, but they probably had something like that. But I don't know what it is, and no one recorded it. So, yeah.
I want his face.
Yeah. So, can't really answer that question because we don't have the information. So, hope that helps. Probably they did, but we don't know what it is. Okay, next one here from Striding Hermit for $5. He goes, "Thank you for the November writing challenge. You're welcome. You can really thank Mrs. Producer for that. She spearheaded this initiative. It was her idea, and I thought it was a great idea. So we're doing it." He says, "Good luck to all the writers. Question: have you ever struggled making pie dough?" No, I haven't. I have made pie dough. I typically don't struggle with it. Yeah, pie dough is kind of fun. Um, I mean, as long as you use ice water with it and give it lots of time to rest in the fridge,
That
yeah,
most people
yeah, you have to use ice water with it. Um, if you don't use ice water, the pie dough loses its flakiness. Um, Mama says here, Doc, I'm so excited about this. Can't wait to tell the fam about it, the contest. Thanks, Mrs. Producer, for the opportunity. Okay, you're gonna get a lot of submissions here. That's cool.
yeah. About
Yeah.
it. Even 11, 12-year-olds
Oh yeah,
who have the writing skills or
there's no age restriction on this. Uh Mrs. Producer has basically said we will allow basically children who have the art um or writing skills to participate into the contest. So yeah, absolutely. Anyone in the family is allowed. It says my 11-year-old is already making comics. Awesome, cool, great to hear. Okay, so back to starting Hermit. Struggle with pie dough? No, as long as you get the sort of the ingredients right, and um, pie dough is a little bit like biscuits. Okay, you don't use what you don't use in pie dough is melted butter. You have to basically crumb the butter. Okay, so you're basically leaving the butter in chunks, and those chunks of butter uh laminate your dough to make it flaky. Okay, so you really do want to keep your butter cold during this process. This is why you use ice water to make your pie crust, is to keep the butter from melting. You don't want to knead it too much, just enough for it to mix, and then you basically wrap it up, stick it in the fridge for a few 4 hours, and then you roll it out. Pie dough, pie crust, real simple. Okay, hope that helps. Next one. Going to sponsor a question of your choosing. Okay. I don't think we have one yet, do we? Yeah, I want to take that one. Take this one from Louis Sandoval. What is the prevailing view among scientists and anthropologists on the existence of spiritual entities? Are they seen as real or purely cultural constructs? Well, that's going to depend upon which scientist you're talking to. An anthropologist. Um, um, a lot of them. I mean, here's the thing: most of scientists and anthropologists are not equipped to discuss things theologically or even philosophically or metaphysically. They're going to treat these as physical phenomena. So some of them will talk about them as cultural constructs. Some of them will talk about this as in more psychological mode, as in maybe their hallucinations, or say expectations of seeing it, so wish fulfillment essentially. But they are going to talk about this in more or less purely materialistic terms, because that's how those fields are done. Now there are some that um, that do that do believe that spirits are real, and they'll probably have a more say open-minded view towards this, but that's not reflective of the field, their fields in general. So hope that helps. Thank you for sponsoring that super chat, that non super chat. Really appreciate it. Next one is does Joshua 24:31 date to a generation after Joshua? Well, I can look it up and see. Could be 24:31. That's near the end of the book. Okay, and it's talking about the death of Joshua here. So yeah, that would probably be after Joshua. Verse 29, and it came about after these things that Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. They buried him in the territory of his inheritance in Timnath Serah, which is in the hill country of Ephraim on the north of Mount Gosh. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who survived Joshua. So yes, there's some time has lapsed here. And had known all the deeds of the Lord which he had done for Israel. Okay, so yeah, you're definitely looking at least probably a generation or more after Joshua here. So, the death, I mean, he's not recording his own death. So this is not dating to the time of Joshua. And it also talks about the elders too, who survived Joshua. So they have to pass as well. So you are talking about here a book that's written sometime after the death of Joshua. And most scholars will place Joshua in that period of the of either the united or divided monarchy. So you're talking about the monarchy period is where they mostly likely put this. A few scholars will date this to the Babylonian exile, but I don't think it dates the Babylonian exile. But it is conceivable, definitely, that this was written during the monarchy period. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. What did it mean for men and women to not wear each other's clothing when they all wore dresses back then? Laugh out loud. Deuteronomy 22:5. Well, they didn't wear dresses. They wore tunics. That's different. All right, Deuteronomy 22, verse 5. A woman shall not wear man's clothing, nor shall a man put on a woman's clothing. Whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord your God. Okay. They didn't wear the same clothes. There is differences in the style of tunics. There was a style of tunic for men. There was a style of tunic for women. And they're different. So while both would cover you up, they were stylistically different. So, and you can see that, for example, in the varicolored tunics that were painted on the tomb scene at Beni Hassan. That there was a style of men's tunic and a style of women's tunic that were very, very different. So it isn't so much that that they were both wearing dresses, because there was no dresses yet. They weren't wearing dresses, they were wearing tunics, but they were different kinds of tunics. So there was a differentiation between the tunics of the various sexes. So that's really what it means here. So hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, next one. Revelation 20, verse 12. Is it deeds that determine if you're in the book of life? No. But let's look at that anyway. Revelation chapter 20, verse 12. Okay. And I saw the dead, the great and small, standing before the throne. And the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged from the things that were written in the book according to the deeds. Okay. The book of life is basically, are you are you in the kingdom or not? Okay, so it's not the deeds that determine if you're in the book, but what the book does is the deeds are there to determine rewards or punishments. That's what they're done. So, in the case of somebody who is in the book of life and they basically get admission to heaven, their deeds will then determine their rewards. If they're not in the book of life, then the what's then recorded is the deeds that determine their punishments accordingly. Okay, so Timiar says it's the book that decides if you'll be judged by the deeds or not. Um, Everyone's going to be judged by their deeds. Okay, it's just a different kind of judgment. Okay, so in the case of say the those who are saved, those deeds will go towards rewards per 1 Corinthians chapter 3. If you're not saved, then those deeds determine your punishments accordingly. What sort of resurrection are you going to have? Not a particularly good resurrection. C.S. Lewis once said that much of the punishment of the next life or the reward of the next life will determine what your resurrection becomes. For example, he said, the greater good you do, the more Christ-like you become. So your resurrection becomes more like Christ. Whereas he says, for those who do not have Christ, the resurrection becomes more monstrous with the monstrosity of your deeds. So it's not like your resurrection would end up not looking like, say, like you do today, but if you do a lot of deeds, your body will reflect those deeds, and your resurrected body will have that monstrosity of your atrocities. So Mama says it's the second death, being dead, that we can avoid thanks to Jesus. Yeah, absolutely. So we will all be judged and rewarded accordingly. Yes, and if we have done well, we become more Christ-like, and we become more beautiful as a result. If we don't, we become monsters. Essentially, we turn into something else, and that's not a good thing. Tim says, seems verse 15 shows the Book of Life is the most important one. Book of Deeds is secondary. Oh, probably. Because it says there were, and the books were opened up. In verse 12, it says the books were opened up. So that's multiple books. And another book was opened, which is the Book of Life. Okay? And the dead were judged from the things that were written in the books, according to their deeds. Okay? So in verse 15, if anyone's name was not found written in the Book of Life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. So the Book of Life determines if you're saved or not. If you're in the Book of Life, you're saved. If you're not, you aren't. But that's not the only book that's being opened here. They're opening several books, and some of those record your deeds. Okay, let's move on here. Judges chapter 1, verse 8 and 121. Why couldn't the Benjaminites take it when the Judahites defeated them? Okay, let's go there. Judges chapter 1, And it's talking about here the conquest, the initial conquest here, of verse 8. Then the sons of Judah fought against Jerusalem and captured and struck it with the edge of the sword, and set the city on fire. And afterwards, the sons of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites living in the hill country and in the Negev and the lowland. Right, verse 21. But the sons of Benjamin did not drive out the Jebusites who lived in Jerusalem. So the Jebusites have lived with the sons of Benjamin in Jerusalem to this day. Okay, here's what's happening in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the city wall was breached, and it was conquered, but it was also not everyone was killed in Jerusalem. So the Judahites break down the walls, they do some havoc, and they leave. And then what happens is the Jebusites just rebuild the walls. They just rebuild the walls, and they just went back to business as usual. So then when the Benjaminites try to take Jerusalem again, well, they're not as good a tribe as Judah. So they're a lot less successful doing it. Because essentially the Lord is not really on Benjamin's side in a lot of cases. They're not one of the better tribes. So they have difficulty securing their inheritance because of how they've behaved. So that's the reason why they couldn't take it, is because it wasn't a complete victory. It was just during the first 5 years of the conquest, Jerusalem is broken into and set on fire, but they didn't kill all the people. So that's really why they had a chance. After they left Jerusalem, they had years to rebuild, and that's exactly what the Jebusites did, is they rebuilt. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. All right, next one here. Baron Salvatore for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, doctor, can you do a video about Christianity and self-defense sometime? Yeah, sure. We can do that. Just write it down here. There's a lot that the Bible does say on self-defense, so yeah, we can do a video on that sometime. Not a problem. Next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. According to Herodotus, Croesus' horse cavalry was defeated by Cyrus' camel cavalry because horses got frightened by the smell of the camels. Is that true that horses are afraid of camels? No, that's not true. Don't trust Herodotus. Sorry. You go to Egypt and you take a little walk around the Giza Plateau if you're staying near there, and you can see the Bedouin. They've got camels right beside the horses all the time. They are not afraid of the smell. Okay. I think it had more to do with the fact that camels are faster than horses. So that's one of the things I think that we have to understand about warfare with camels is camels are fast. They're really fast. They can actually outrun a horse. It was we see this an interesting scene actually from the first Mummy film, not the Boris Karloff one, but the 1991 one, where they have a race. They have the horses race the camels to Hamunaptra. Yeah, and the camels win, and that should be how it works out because camels are faster. Okay. Oh, by the way, some of the guys on the channel here asked us to do a live screening of Boris Karloff mummy film from 1932. We can't do that. It's not out of copyright yet. Yeah, thanks to Disney. You can thanks Disney for that. The Mickey Mouse Copyright Act. It won't be out of copyright for another 3 years. So that ain't gonna happen. So, but that said, camels are not horses are not afraid of camels, but camels can outrun a horse. So if you've got cavalry that are used to riding camels, yeah, you could use that to make an effective cavalry unit. Now, the problem with camels and cavalry is reach. Okay, you tend to ride higher up on a camel, which makes it more difficult to reach, say, foot soldiers and infantry. So a cavalry that uses camels tends to use lances or spears instead of, say, sabers. So in that respect, a lot of what they're going to be doing with camel cavalry is they're going to be treating them like a lancer unit instead of, say, just a typical cavalry saber unit. So anyway, I hope that helps explain it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much. Ryan, if I had a lightsaber, I wouldn't need camels. Well,
which are grumpy.
oh. Merv Bonson asks about which are grumpier, horses, camels, or llamas, alpaca.
Horses.
Yeah, horses are not the grumpiest. Camels are very grumpy. They can be very ornery sometimes. Llamas and alpacas, I don't know. I have no experience with llamas or alpacas, so. But camels can be quite ornery. They can be also difficult to coordinate. So. Yeah. Yeah, camels enjoy spitting way too much. Oh, for them, it's lubricant as well. Yeah. Okay, next one here. Next reading here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Do you find value in any of the work of Simcha Yakobovich? I watched a couple of videos on Jesus and the Apostles, and to me, he seems to specialize in insinuation and misdirection. Okay, we got to be a little careful when we talk about Simcha Yakobovich, because he's very litigious, very, very litigious. Okay. That said, I would never recommend any of his work. That is my honest opinion. It is my opinion, and I'm going to hold fast to it as an opinion. Okay? So, no, I would never. I don't recommend his work. Okay? So, and that's my opinion. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here is... Would you like to be a... What? I don't understand this question. Nope. Sorry, do not understand this question. I don't even know. Would you like to be addressed as Melissa Scott or Dr. Mr. Goldman? No idea what you're talking about here. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Judges 3-8. Who is Kushan Rishathaim? Okay, let's pull that up. All right, yeah, I prefer being addressed as Dr. Falk, thank you. Okay, next one. Judges 3-8. Okay. Then the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, so that he sold them into the hands of Cushan Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, and the sons of Israel served Cushan Rishathaim 8 years. Now, Rishathaim means twice bad, okay? Twice evil. And there's some question about whether Cushan is Cush or Kish. Okay? It probably is Kish. Because Kish was a important city in Mesopotamia. It was one of those that leaned more towards the Syria side of it. So, excellent baby name. That's what Cush Rishathaim is.
Never thought. I mean,
Yeah, we could name a rabbit that. It fits into our motif. Yeah, we've done Egyptian names. We've done ancient. Yep, yep. He was Assyrian. We've also done ancient British. Guinevere, yeah. So yeah, we could. Depending on what kind of rabbit we get, we will think about it. Basically, the rule is the smaller the rabbit, the longer the name.
although Tiglath,
Yeah, Tiglath-Pileser was huge. Yeah,
Tiglath,
yeah. I do want to name a rabbit someday Soupy Luli Luma. Because that would just be fun to say. Call him Shoopy at home. Yeah. Bunny. Yep.
we do
Oops. Where did I put? Where is? Not what I want. Yeah. All right. Well, my bunny picture disappeared. Oh well. I have to show the bunny picture later then. Okay. Okay. So that's the best that we can kind of figure out. He does seem to be ruler over one of the post Mitanni states, so one of the Aramean kingdoms there. So that's basically the best we can sort of figure out who he is. We don't have an exact identification of it. It just says King of Mesopotamia, but that is such a large area. It even though it's interesting, the text, the Hebrew text does not say Mesopotamia. The text says Aram Naharaim. Okay, so that helps us narrow things down. The Hebrew here does not say Mesopotamia. It says Aram Naharaim. And Aram Naharaim is the old Mitanni state. Okay, so that would make more sense of the Cusham Rishathaim too. So yeah. So yeah, it's probably Kish and Rishathaim, and he's definitely from Aram Naharaim, which is Syria. Okay, So not really Mesopotamia, but more along the Syrian area. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Judges 411. Who is Moses' father-in-law? Yes. Judges 4. Okay. 11. Now, Heber the Kenite had separated himself from the Kenites, and the sons of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, and had pitched the tents as far as the Okazanaim, which is near Kadesh. All right. We have got several candidates for Moses' father-in-law. Okay. There's one that's Jethro, Ruel, Hobab. The implication of all this does seem to be that Moses was married more than once. Now, we're not sure if he was married more than once at the same time. It's possible, yeah, it's possible that it could account for the small children. But it does also seem that, like, for example, in say, I think it's Numbers chapter 12, where he's married to another woman besides the Midianite. So, Merv Monson, they're not just different titles. No, it doesn't appear to be that they're not different titles. They might be, like, there is a custom where a person can have multiple names. So, some of these could be where one person could have more than one name. Like, it is possible that Jethro and Ruel are the same person. It is possible. But there is there's a lot that that suggests, though, that Moses was married more than once to different women from different ethnicities. So he would have multiple father-in-laws, but whether or not those say clan alliances remained intact across those marriages is another question altogether. So hope that helps. Haystack. So did Jethro's priesthood lineage possibly also have stemmed from Melchizedek? No. Definitely not. Melchizedek was an Amorite. He's an Amorite. He's living in Salem. Already at the time of Abraham, Jerusalem was already a Jebusite city. It was already a Jebusite city. It was already under control of the Amorites. And Melchizedek is, in all likelihood, a Jebusite, which is essentially that's essentially just a local term for an Amorite. Okay, an Amorite living in the city of Jebus, which is Jerusalem. Okay, so Jethro, on the other hand, was a Midianite. Okay, his descendancy is more likely to be from Ishmael. So they're sort of different branches off of sort of the same sort of genetic dump, as it were. Haystack asks further, but they worship the same god? Yes, they did, under different names. Okay? Yeah, god sharing was pretty common back then. In the case of, say, Melchizedek, he's worshiping El Elyon. he's worshiping El Elyon. Jethro, he's worshiping Yahweh. Okay, so and the Old Testament basically states that pretty much that the two are the same God. So Mama asks, different names because of different languages? Not necessarily. They are different languages. They are speaking different languages. Um, we don't have a good clue of what Midianite was kind of like. We believe it is a Semitic language, similar to Old Arabian, but we don't have absolute. We don't have writings from that period. So, but from what we can tell from the old Arabic that we see in the Arabian Peninsula, it's probably a Semitic language. On the other hand, uh, the Jebusites are speaking a form of a dialect of Amoritic. So there is some differences between the languages, definitely. But the different names, that's probably more religious custom than anything else. Okay. Next one here. Is from 18 Ministries. Judges 5:4. Israel didn't go to Edom, though. Correct. Judges 5, verse 4. And it says here, the Lord, when thou didst go out from Seir, when thou didst march from the field of Edom, the earth quaked and the heavens also dripped, even the clouds dripped water. Okay. This is Judges 5. So let's read the whole passage here. Then Deborah and Barak, son of Abinoam, sang on that day, saying, the leaders led in Israel, that the people volunteered, bless the Lord. Hear, O kings, give ear, O rulers, to the Lord. I will sing praise to the Lord, the God of Israel. The Lord, when thou didst go from Seir. So this is not talking about the Israelites coming from Seir. This is talking about the Lord. When thou didst march from the field of Edom, the earth quaked, the heaven also dripped, even the clouds dripped to water. The mountains quaked at the presence of the Lord, this Sinai at the presence of the Lord, the God of Israel. So this is not talking about the Israelites going to Seir, okay? Going to Edom. Because they didn't enter Edom. They had never in their history had gone into Edom during the conquest, okay? What this is talking about is that the Lord descended from the mountain of Seir. Now, we do know that the god of Edom was named Cus. And he seems to have been another Yahweh analog. Exactly how that worked, we're not sure, because we don't have enough religious texts from Edom. But it doesn't seem... there's this really peculiarity, this peculiarity with how Edom is regarded in the Old Testament. The that peculiarity is that the Moabites were considered to be polytheists, pagan polytheists. The Ammonites were considered to be pagan polytheists. And they could not integrate into the house of Israel. They could not integrate into the assembly. But Edomites were. Edomites got sort of a free pass here. And part of it might be the fact that they might have been monotheists. So we're not exactly sure why this is, but there does seem to be some open questions as to Yahweh's relationship with Edom. So Louis Sandoval. But why were the Edomites doomed? Pride. Pride. The Edomites were considered to be a center of learning. And, wisdom comes out of Edom, according to the Bible. Well, they also didn't help the Israelites too in their time of need, and they were seen as a very proud people. So that's why they were doomed, was their pride. So Tim Yara says some people say that the song has more ancient Hebrew vocabulary and grammar than most of the Bible. Do you agree? I'm sure. Um, Here's the thing: when you copyists, when they update text, when they copy text, they tend to update things, and there are some places where uh, words get updated more readily. Okay, you do see, for example, nouns getting updated more readily than you do, say, other grammatical constructions. As far as, say, Judges 5 is concerned, there is a poetic aspect to this. There does seem to be some archaisms in the text, at least as far as its vocabulary is concerned. So there does seem that the text does not seem to be has been updated as readily as, say, some of the other narrative portions of the text. So yeah, I don't have any problem with that per se. Read the Bible, learn, pray always asks, do historians know more about the line of Melchizedek than what is in the Bible? Sorry if the question is worded sassy. It's not sassy. Um, but sadly, unfortunately, no, they don't know more.
I want somebody on a dig to find the tablet of Melchizedek.
We do have some glimpses. We do have some glimpses from the Amarna letters that suggest that Jerusalem was already an established city, and it was already called Jerusalem at the time of the Amarna period. So that would be, I would say, roughly 300-400 years after Melchizedek. So, but unfortunately, we don't have anything hard and fast identifying Melchizedek himself. So, unfortunately, the Bible is practically our only witness on this one. All right, next one here. Is from Judges 7:25. What rock and wine presses? Well, let's take a look at what the passage says. 7:25. 7:25. Judges 7:25. Okay. And they captured the two leaders of Midian, Oreb and Zeb, and they ordered Oreb. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and they killed Zeb at the winepress of Zeb, while they pursued Midian. And they brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb from across the Jordan. Okay. Well, a rock here is basically, it could be an escarpment or a cliff. So, so that's basically they killed him basically near sort of a landmark. Okay. As far as the wine press, well, wine press is our wine press. Boom. It's Halloween. One thing about wine presses, though, that's kind of interesting, is they tend to be done at low elevations. Okay. You tend to take wine grapes down a hill to the wine press. So there is sort of a contrast here. Oreb's killed on a place of elevation at a sort of the peak of a cliff. Okay, so that's where Oreb is killed, whereas Zeb is killed at a place of low elevation, which is, say, where you would find a wine press. So there is some difference there, as far as elevation goes. So, but wine presses are typically done at the bottom of hills because your grapes are being grown on a hillside. Okay, because that's where the soil's not that great. It's perfect spot for getting the right amount of sun for grapes. So your grapes tend to be up on a hill. So you harvest your grapes and then you carry them down the hill to the wine press. So that's typically how those things are arranged. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is it's from John Bullerman for 25 Canadian. Thank you very much, John. How's it going? I hope you are settling in nicely to your new accommodations. He says, this week, contemplation on demon possession. Ooh, interesting topic. From overt demoniac accounts in scripture to today, dismissed in modern psychology as imbalances, to logismoi, to the fact we are exercised before baptism. Wild, what are your thoughts? Okay, there's a lot there. There's a lot there to contemplate, actually. Yes, there are demoniac accounts in scripture. A demoniac can be possessed. Some demoniacs weren't possessed, but were in sort of consultation with demonic entities. Yes, modern psychology does dismiss demonic possession as imbalances. And you'd know this one better than I would. As far as the exorcism before baptism, that I kind of see as I always thought that was a little odd. Now, in the case of adult baptism, where somebody is an adult believer, okay, they're already freed from the power of Satan. So it sort of makes an exorcism before baptism unnecessary, okay? Because to follow Christ is to invite the Holy Spirit into your life. And baptism is that promise that you're going to live a life unto Christ. And there's no way a demon will let you do that if you're possessed. So I've always found that step of exorcism before baptism wholly unnecessary. It's not a magic act, no. Yeah.
Anything is symbolic.
It's basically you're making a agreement with God that you're going to live your life out for Christ. That's what in public, yeah, it's a public act. Yeah, it's a public act. So I've always found that idea of exorcism before baptism to be completely unnecessary. Now, in the case of, say, those who baptize infants, there's some people. If you're baptizing infants, those people have not made a commitment. Is it possible for an infant to be possessed? It's possible. It's not very likely. There's some infants out there that are definitely questionable, yeah, for sure. But it's not very likely that an infant is going to be possessed. So the whole idea of even exorcising an infant prior to baptism, just seems to be sort of unnecessary if you really do believe in the power of infant baptism. So it's a little bit of like a ransom theory situation going on here, yeah.
We're automatically.
Yeah, that you're automatically in debt to the devil, yeah. Mama says, you can empty a house of bad men. But if you don't fill it with good ones, bad men will take it back over first chance they take it back over first chance they get. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Well, it's like what Jesus said. A man had drove out seven demons, and seven drove out a demon, and he brought back seven of his friends. Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely something that can happen in the whole thing. But yeah. But yeah, I think demon possession is a real phenomena. I think it's still around today. I think it's something that we have to be a little more aware of as a church. Um, I think it's a pastoral concern. It's a spiritual concern. Um, but it's also something we shouldn't be terrified of either. I mean, if we're in Christ, we're protected, but we shouldn't go looking for it either. I kind of whole um basically talk. I view demon possession a little bit like I view bear encounters. Okay, I'm not likely to to uh to encounter a bear. Walking down Vancouver, I'm not likely to encounter a bear. Okay, but if I go out to Haida Gwaii during salmon run season, I'm probably more likely to encounter a bear. Okay, because they're out there eating salmon. So if I stay out of Haida Gwaii during the Samo season, I'm probably not going to encounter a bear. Well, if I don't go looking for demons, I'm probably not going to encounter them. Not very often, anyway. So,
No, plain.
Dossman, now giant squids, those are common this time of year. Yeah, but you're not likely to encounter one because most of them stay in very deep depths. Occasionally they'll come to the surface, but very rarely. Jack Ray, it's October 31st and all, just saying. Blue Dog, we had a bear in our backyard once. Yeah, well, again, it depends where you live. I mean, in when we lived in um near Lake Tahoe, people would get bears in their backyards all the time. But that's because they had bears out there. But you go to Las Vegas, not many bears. A lot of coyotes, yeah, a lot of coyotes. But not many bears. Let's see that. Haystack asks, can pastors be possessed? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Pastors can be atheists. I mean, the United Church of Canada has like something like 7%, 8% of their pastors are full on atheists. Uh, yeah, absolutely, they could be possessed. Mama, but are there covenant bears? Ooh. I don't know how many covenant bears are around today, but I'm sure there's a few lingering around just for that purpose. Yeah, don't mess with covenant bears, man. Don't do it. You're just that's just asking for trouble. Read the Bible, learn gospel, pray always. Worse, possessed pastor or atheist pastors. They're both bad. They're both bad. They're both on the same level. Not a lot of difference between the two. Jack Ray, there's a horror movie element, possessed pastor. Well, being a pastor, being a preacher is no guarantee you won't be possessed. You can do the same sort of bad stuff that would get you possessed. Opening yourself to demonic involvement, um, Ouija boards, maybe narcotics. There's a lot of ways to open yourself to demonic influence. So absolutely, a pastor is doing that, but is capable of being possessed. But the fact is, though, too, most demons won't possess a pastor, especially not one that's not a believer. And the fact is that they don't have to. They're already doing what they want. So atheists are unlikely to be possessed, because what's the point in that, other than for them to get their some giggles? Yeah,
because the demon gets they're safe.
Yeah.
They want to most innocent.
Yeah. So there's no fun in a demon possessing a pastor. So they're just keeps learning. Saw movie, priest exorcising the evil spirit transferred to the companion priest. Yeah, that's The Exorcist. That's the movie The Exorcist.
More about America.
Yeah. Darkblade, can Catholic clergy get possessed? If they're not Christian, sure. If they're Christian, probably not. So again, it's gonna really matter on what is the faith, a disposition of the person involved. Wearing a collar, a liturgical collar, is no protection against the demonic. In the same way, it's no different than if a person who isn't clergy, messes around with that stuff. Okay, so next one here. So thank you very much, John, for that super chat. Interesting little discussion we had here over this. Next one. From Louis Sandoval, 499. Thank you for the super chat. What happened to the spirit critters that were worshipped in ancient times? Do they still have modern influence? Do they still influence the modern world under new names, ideologies, etc.? Well, some spirit critters were worshipped, some were not. Some were just idols. Not every idol has a spirit critter attached to it, and not every spirit critter attached itself to an idol. So it depends. There's a whole, as I have said before, there's a whole ecosystem. There's a whole ecosystem of spirit critters, and some of them were to deceive people and present false religion. Some weren't. Some had other jobs. So it's really depends. And do they still have influence in the world today? Yeah, some of them do. Some of them don't. The ones that misbehaved got sent to the abyss to wait for to be released or judgment. Some are still hanging around. So it totally depends. Totally depends. And some will try to influence people with certain ideologies to get people going in certain directions. This, as I said, a huge ecosystem, huge ecology of spirit critters. It's not just one spirit critter doing one thing. Some of them were worshipped, some of them were not. Some of them were just middle managers, holding up the creation, and then they decide just not to do it anymore. So again, depends. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, let's get back to ATs here. Mama, hearken to me, Saruman. Go back to the shadow. Keeps learning. Were the Nephilim demon possessed if they were not offspring of bad angels? No. No, I mean, the Nephilim are really just the offspring of two castes of two different religions, essentially. Sons of God were a religion, basically the original religion of deistic religion. The daughters of Adam, they were basically an ancestor cult. Okay. The Nephilim are basically the offspring of a broken sexual vow. That's essentially what they were. So, they weren't the offspring of angels. I think that's complete bumpkus. I know that's a very popular interpretation, especially amongst, say, American evangelicals. I'm not buying it for a moment. We have too much. How do I say this? Contextual information from the late Bronze Age that sort of kind of debunks that idea. So, Dossman, don't you have a video on the channel about this? We have a short. We've actually done a full video on this that's going to be coming up in a couple weeks on this topic. So yeah, we're going to go deep into that. So that should be a Monday teaching video in a couple weeks. At least I think it's a couple weeks. Let me just check here. I actually tell you when it's going to be out. Next week. It'll be Monday's video. That's going to be Monday's video. Okay. All right, next one here. What? Ooh. Jack Ray. I just thought of a funny Halloween outfit. Mr. EC. Could be. Could be. All right, next one here. From AT Ministries. When were the Amorites driven out of Syria? The Amorites were driven out of Syria around the 10th and 11th centuries BC when the Arameans moved in. So it's the Arameans that drove out the Amorites from Syria. So after the fall of the Mitanni, with the fall of Mitanni, the Amorites moved in, and they established themselves for a couple hundred years there, and then they were driven out eventually by the Arameans. Okay, next one here from AT Ministries. Is there a correlation between the Sanhedrin having 70 members and the 70 scholars making the Septuagint? 70 is just a nice canonical number. A canonical number of perfection. So it's sort of the same roots of both. It's kind of an idiomatic. 7 is the idiomatic number for perfection. So numbers that are based upon 7 or its multiples are seen as being perfect in some ways. So this is why you get like 70 scholars or 70 judges at the Sanhedrin. It's also why you've got like, for example, when Christ asks, do I have to forgive my brother? when he sins against me? And Christ says, yes. What if he sins 7 times? 7 times mark of perfection. And Christ replies, you have to forgive him 70 times 7. 490. Well, it doesn't mean you keep count or that you stop forgiving after 490. What it does mean is that's the equivalent of being forever. Because 490 years was between basically how long Israel had stopped celebrating the Jubilee, which ended with the that 490 years ended with the Babylonian exile. So it's got important symbolic value, that whole 70 thing. All right, next one here. Judges 8:24. The Ishmaelites were in Midian? Yes, they were. Judges 8:24. Yet Gideon said to them, I would request for you that each of you give me an earring from his spoil, for they had gold earrings because they were Ishmaelites. That's probably a scribal gloss there. But Midianites were descendants of Ishmael, okay? At least in the early stages, okay? So Ishmaelites had occupied the Arabian Peninsula essentially from the time of Abraham up until the 10th century BC. Starting around the 10th century BC, you start seeing migration of Arabian tribes from the eastern Arabian Peninsula and the Gulf, the Mesopotamian Delta, and eastern Arabian Peninsula to the west. And it's those Arabian tribes that start driving out the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites end up migrating into Jordan, and they assimilate with basically the tribes in modern day Jordan, Moabites, Ammonites, etc. So that's really what became of them eventually. But at the time of the judges, yeah, there's still Ishmaelites. So yep. Darkblade. Wait, so Israel stopped observing the Jubilee in 1076 BC? That's even before Saul? Yeah. They stopped celebrating Jubilee during the time of the judges already. So we have actually some intimation of this. I believe it's in Judges, early on in the book of Judges, where it says the parents stopped teaching the children the way of the Lord. So absolutely, they a lot of the prescribed rituals and observances had already stopped in the first couple generations of after the conquest. Did not take long. The tribe of Dan went to idolatry in the very first generation.
This is why God walked.
Yeah.
Didn't fly.
This is why God walked through the pieces of the covenant and not relied on humans, okay? It's like, oh yeah, just not good. Not good. Okay. Judges 8:27. Israel worshipped the ephod. It did. An ephod. Not the ephod, but an ephod. Okay, so here's what this is. Okay, so Gideon. Let's get Gideon. Um he's a mixed bag. Gideon's a mixed bag. So they said we'll surely give to them. This is verse 25 of chapter 8 of Joshua of Judges. So they spread out a garment, and every one of them threw in an earring there from his spoil. And they said, we will surely give them. So they spread out the garment, and everyone threw in an earring from his spoil. And the weight of the gold earring that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides the crescent ornaments and the pendants and the purple robes which were on the kings of Midian, and besides the neckbands that were on the camels' necks. And Gideon made it into an ephod and placed it in a sit. Now, an ephod is a vest. It's a vest. It's a vest. It's a chest plate. So he's making kind of a copy of the chest plate that was used by the high priest. Verse 27, and Gideon made it into an ephod and placed it on his city, Ophrah, and all Israel played the harlot with it there, so that it became a snare to Gideon and his household. So, Jack Ray, mixed bag is better than the scumbag Samson. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, he was Gideon was better than Samson, but he was not good. There was things he did that were really not good. Um, like putting his sons in charge of things. That was not good. Um, and his sons became like little kings. But yeah, they mixed bag is better than scumbag. Yeah, absolutely. Mama says Samson bashing time. Oh boy. Uh Darkblade, is that a metaphor for idolatry, or are they actually doing harlot things with the ephod? It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. Okay. They're not actually doing harlot things with the ephod. Okay? Just it's a metaphor. Okay. Next one is from down here. Milo Mortimer asks a member question here. For sake of my healing process after dropping Brian Young and uh, Ron Wyatt's class, may I request a popcorn review? All of our popcorn reviews are requests. We don't typically do popcorn reviews um, by our own initiative. They're always requests, and I don't terribly like doing popcorn reviews, but we do them on request. We don't guarantee that we'll do them, but we have to see if it's appropriate. Our rules for popcorn reviews are pretty straightforward. Um, they have to be something that's on the platform already. So we can't do movies. So movies are off limits. Anything that's vigorously copyrighted, we cannot do. We cannot do things that are likely to get us sued. So we're not going to do any Simka Yakubovich because that's likely to get us sued. We also it also has to be a certain format, usually between a half hour to 45 minutes in length, and then we have to be able to trim it down. So there's a lot of criteria that goes into actually doing a popcorn review. Okay. Well, she has suffered. Okay, well, we'll do our best. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We'll
And
take a look.
is there a
Yeah, it has to be also something within my expertise too. Okay. So if it's something, say, on, say, the life of Christ, I'm not really an expert on the life of Christ. So, okay. Milo says it's a YouTube video with no copyright and no shot at getting sued. All right, we'll take a look at it. Which tab did you put it in? In the Discord? We'll take a look. Let me see if I take a look. If I can find it in the Discord. If I can find it in the Discord, maybe. Okay. Looking for your video on the Discord here. Oh, okay, I see it. All right. Yeah, we'll take a look at that and we'll see if it's appropriate, and we'll give it full consideration. Okay? That's all we can promise, is we'll give it full consideration. Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah. He claimed in front of the entire class of Christian homeschoolers the Bible says that Pharaoh was killed in the Red Sea. It does not say that. It doesn't say that anywhere. Gosh, we have to stop using Islamic theology in our Christian homeschools. That's Islamic theology, not Christian theology. I mean, there's some of these things that creeped in from Islam that we're teaching in our homesschools, like Pharaoh was killed in the Red Sea. Bible doesn't say that. Islam says that, though. Another thing that sort of creeps in is that the modern day Palestinians are the descendants of Ishmael. No, they're not. That's, again, Islamic theology creeping into ours. It's terrible. We're just mixing and matching we're syncretizing our theology with Islam, and it's just like, oh, jeez. Yeah, exactly, Lewis. Saying Ismail is the ancestors of Arabs is Islamic theology. Yeah, it's Islamic theology. It has no basis in actual genetics. No basis at all. Mama says, other homeschoolers were defending the golden chariot wheels to my daughter when she tried to get them to think logically about the likelihood of being preserved. And it's so daft. It's so daft. That idea of the... Yeah, worst stage props ever. It's like... It was that golden chariot wheel was clearly made out of plywood. No chariot wheel ever looked like that. It's like, dude, do you even know how a chariot wheel works? The answer is no, they don't, because they've never seen one. They've never seen a real chariot wheel. They've never actually figured out how they're made. Just Yeah, I think you have. Didn't you? Or just... Were you in Israel? Yeah, but it's just crazy. It's crazy. No, they didn't put gold on everything. It's like, Milo says, they also defended the gold because Egyptians love gold and put it on everything. No, they didn't put it on everything. Why would you put gold on a chariot? It's heavy.
On the wheel.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And would cut off in the first minute.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't put it on the tread because it would get abraded off by the sand. There's a couple chariots that we know of that have gold foil on them. The one to Yuya, his has got it, but he was the father-in-law of Amenhotep III. So it was a royal gift. It was a royal chariot.
That's the parade.
Yeah, that was for a parade. Not more. And same with Tut's chariot. Tut's golden chariot was also that way, but his other chariot wasn't.
Take a golden chariot into the.
No, you wouldn't take a golden chariot. You wouldn't drive a golden chariot across the Sinai. You wouldn't do that. And okay,
It's like Jay Leno and all.
yeah, it's like Jay Leno and his pretty cars. Yeah, he doesn't drive them. They just sit there looking pretty. Oh yeah, I mean some of those replicas are so bad. I mean, there's actually a natural spring component to chariots that give them suspension. They have a natural suspension to them, but those wheels that you see on the replicas are so bad. They would give you the most horrible drive in the world. Horrible. Mama says, we need this popcorn review, Doc, please. I wish we could offer money, but we are strapped. You don't have to offer us money. It's not a money thing, okay? It's the fact that I'm supposed to be on vacation, really, but we will see what we can do, okay? I'll take a look at the video and we'll see what we can do, all right? I can't make you any promises. We don't know if the video is. Yeah. I've got a science fiction convention coming up. I got ETS. Dossman goes, you go on vacation? No, I don't, which is half the problem. I don't go on vacation, which has caused me problems in the last couple weeks. So, I'm actually very, very exhausted because I have not been going on vacation. We haven't done a single vacation in the 5 years we've run this channel.
We've never been.
And running this channel is a 60-hour-a-week obligation. So, I am a little tired, but again, we will see what we can do about this because of the need is urgent. So, all right, that's the best I can do right now. No promises though. All right, next super chat here is from. That was the last super chat. Looks like, I think. Double check, make sure. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so we're back to AT. Okay, awesome. Reads the Bible. You seem exhausted, Doc. Yeah, I am exhausted. But had a busy week too, yeah. Oh, next one here. Okay, Judges 9:54. How disgraceful was it to die by a woman? It's not a hero's death. Judges 9:54. This is Abimelech, who they drop a stone on his head. Basically a millstone. Okay, he's got this tower surrounded, and the woman at the top of the tower drops a millstone out, throws it out, and beams him in the head. Millstones aren't big, by the way. People think of millstones as these huge wheels. These weren't. Think of this kind of this way, like kind of like throwing a food processor out the window. Okay. light enough that any woman can hold it. All right, and millstones are basically, they're kind of like oblong stones, about yay big, about 10 inches. So they're not super large. But boy, if you get beamed in the head with one, yeah, it's gonna be lights out for you. So, um, Danny Dement, the guy got a Looney Tunes death. Yeah, yeah, well, he did sort of, didn't he? But yeah, I mean, it's not a hero's. This is not a hero's death. This is a, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time kind of death, and um, funny. It's funny because this guy's concerned. You know, uh, he says, call a young man his armor bearer and said, "Draw your sword and kill me, lest it be said of me, a woman slew me." What happens a couple hundred years later is David is sitting around the campfire with his men, say, "Remember that guy Abimelech who got killed by a woman?" This is what's called the Streisand effect. By doing suicide here, he sort of entrenched the reputation. Oh boy.
Dude that got by the woman.
Yeah, he's probably sitting in hell right now, and people are coming up to him. "Hey, aren't you that dude that got killed by a woman?"
The millstone on it, right?
Darkblade goes, "Did it slip from her hand, or was the woman trying to assassinate?" She was just throwing it over to see if it could hit someone.
I mean, that's what you do from all the
Yeah.
Templars.
Yeah, it was just sort of, okay, I have this. Maybe I can do something here. That's what she did. Yeah, never. Read Bible, learn gospel, give. Love says she had good aim. She probably got lucky. She probably got lucky. But yeah, I mean, if you get hit by one of those things, it's curtains, it's lights out for you, man. Kind of like those, like the sling stones. You get hit, you get beamed in the head by a sling stone. It's game over, man. Game over. You got milled. Murph says you got milled. Okay, next one here. Judges 12:1. Why was it such an offense not to invite people to attack with you? The Ephraimites made the same accusation against Gideon. Okay. Judges. Then the men of Ephraim were summoned, and they crossed to Zephon and said to Jephthah, "Why did you cross over to fight against the sons of Ammon without calling us to go with you? We will burn your house down now." Okay. Gideon is going into Ephraim's territory to fight the Ammonites. So they're passing through. Okay. So it was typically custom, if you're passing through somebody's territory, to invite them to the fight. But if you didn't, that did imply that there was something wrong with them. Okay? So the Ephraimites are, are basically they're irked. They're irked that they weren't invited to the party. And it made them seem look like cowards, or incompetent. which could have been true, but it wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look for the Ephraimites. So that's basically what they react badly to this and say, okay, we'll burn your house down. And then Jephthah says in verse 2, I and my people were at great strife with the sons of Ammon. When I called you, and you did not deliver me from their hand, and when I saw that you would not deliver me, I took my life in my hands and crossed over against the sons of Ammon. And the Lord gave them into my hand. So essentially, he's basically saying, look, when I called you, you were no help. You chickened out. Now that we're going to win this thing, you're not going to get any glory now. You had your chance. So even though it's custom to invite the people you're traveling through their land, when you go on an attack, Jephthah was kind of in the right here, where he basically said, you weren't any help the first time when we were in trouble. Why should you reap any of the benefit? Why should you get any spoil? And some of this might have been that the Ephraimites wanted the loot. That too. Because an attack of this nature would often also produce a large amounts of livestock, gold, fabrics, precious woods. So Ephraim wanted a share. I think that's a lot of it. Is Ephraim wanted a share of the pie, but they didn't want to put it themselves at risk to get it. So Jephthah just said no. You're not invited to this party. Asked you for help once when it could be risky. You didn't want to join the party. You don't get any of the spoils now. And I think he is totally right in doing that. Jack Ray goes, what about permissions just to pass through? I don't think Jephthah really needed that or asked. He didn't ask them for permission. Didn't really need it. Because he was going to war against another country, so yeah. Okay, next super chat here is from Louis Sandoval for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How did ancient Israelites understand music? Did they view as art form or divine means of communication, expressing worship, prophecy, and God's presence? Well, they did view it as worship. Sometimes it was part of prophetic utterance. We do know that some prophets wanted accompanying music. I think which one was it? Was it was it now? I think was it Nathan? There was one prophet, and I can't remember which one it was, that asked for a musician before he prophesied. And it does seem to be that he sang his prophecies. So not necessarily means of divine communication, but music was used for worship, it was used for prophecy, and that's because prophecy too is a poetic form, and poetic forms adapt very well to music, as they do still today. So I don't think they saw anything necessarily divine in music, but they did see it as an accompaniment to worship and all that. So okay. Haystack asks, Um, so were ancient Jews involved in entertainment as they are today? Yes. Yes, they were. Um, we do know that King David was a singer. He was a singer that played in the court of Saul. Okay? People did use music for entertainment. And there were musicians that did entertain as well as do liturgical purpose. Now, the temple had singers. The temple had singers like Haman. Haman the singer. He was part of the ensemble. Who was Haman was the a descendant of the prophet Samuel, and he was a singer in the temple. So the temple did employ singers to do that worship kind of music, but there were also secular singers too. And David would have been one of those guys that was singing on behalf of basically to entertain and soothe Saul's demons. Were there demonic boy pants? I don't know. Could be. Could be. Demonic boy bands. Oh boy. The Sacha boys. Mervanson says there are references to dances too, of course. Yeah. Oh yeah, men danced. Men danced for entertainment and to show physical prowess and all that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Lewis asks, to what extent can modern reconstructions of Israelite music reflect the authentic sounds and styles used in biblical times? That's more difficult. They left us no sheet music. So we have no sheet music from ancient times. We have some vague idea of what their instruments were, but have no idea of the tunings. So it would be almost impossible to reconstruct that with any degree of certainty. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Next one here. Judges 12:9 was Isban sin that he married his kids to outsiders? Take a look here. Okay. Another judge here of questionable value. Now, verse 8. Now, Isban of Bethlehem judged Israel after him. He had 30 sons and 30 daughters whom he gave in marriage outside the family. And he brought in daughters from outside for his sons, and he judged Israel 7 years. Then Isban died and was buried in Bethlehem. Yeah, he was marrying his kids off to people outside. Now, it says in italics here, but that's not here. It does. It's basically to foreigners. Okay, so this is presuming that he's marrying his kids off to foreigners, and he's bringing in foreign daughters for his sons. Okay, he was a bad judge. We're in that chapter 12 of Judges here. You know, if it's after Jephthah and before Samson, bad judge. Bad judge. So Judges 18 verse 27, who lived in Laish? Look here. 18 verse 27. All right. And the sons of Dan said to him, do not let your voice be heard among us, lest fierce men fall upon you and you lose your life with the lives of your household. So the sons of Dan and went on their way, and when Micah saw that they were too strong for him, he turned and went back into his house. Then they took what Micah had made, and the priest who had belonged to him, and they came to Laish, and to a people quiet and secure, and struck them with the edge of the sword, and burned them with fire. burn the city with fire. And there was no one to deliver them because it was far from Sidon, and they had no dealings with anyone, and it was in the valley, which is near Beth Rehob, and they rebuilt the city and lived in it. Okay. Laish was inhabited by Canaanites. This was not one of the Amorite cities, but this was one of those Canaanite cities. So you're talking here. This is in the northern part of Canaan, and this would have been occupied by Canaanites primarily. And these are Canaanites that would have been part of its part of the affiliation with Sidon and Tyre. So it's part of that sort of extension of, say, the coastal holdings of those Canaanite tribes. Okay, so Haystack says, so the sin of Isban is compromising his covenants for superficial ties and associations. Yeah, probably. That's a good way of saying it. Okay. Next one here. Judges 19:22. Why do they want relations with the man? Okay. 19. Okay. This is that Levite. Boy, this guy's a piece of work. The Levite who goes to the tribe of Benjamin, and he had a concubine with him. Now, what's a good Levite doing with a concubine? Okay, that's the $1 million question here.
Yes.
That's the first question that should pop into your mind. What is a Levite doing with a concubine? Okay, naughty boy, very naughty boy. Okay, so down to verse 22. So he goes into the tribal holdings of Benjamin. Verse 21. So he took him into his house, and this is the guy who he's getting hospitality from, and gave the donkeys fodder, and washed their feet, and ate and drank. While they were making merry, behold, the men of the city, certain worthless fellows, okay, sons of worthlessness, essentially, surrounded the house, pounding on the door, and they spoke to the owner of the house, the old man, saying, bring out the man who came into your house that we might have, and this is Yada, basically sexual relations with him. Okay? So, why do they want it? All right, so this is a Sodom and Gomorrah type of situation here. This is how depraved the tribe of Benjamin got at the end of the period of the Judges. Okay. So this is not good. This is not a good look. So the Benjaminites have become so corrupted that they want to basically force themselves on this man, who's not an innocent party. He's not innocent either. He's a dirtbag too, but he's a different kind of dirtbag. So they want relationships with him. It violates all the laws of hospitality. It violates the Levitical law. It's and why they want it? Power. Sometimes these sorts of essays are done to establish power over another person. Like this was very common in, say, amongst Romans, that one man would essay another man to show his status as the more powerful person. It could be just because they wanted to have some fun. There's because they're bullies. There's a lot of reasons why they could want to do this. Canaanite Jebusites showing their true colors. These were Benjaminites. These were Israelites. These were not Jebusites. No, these were not Canaanites.
These were Israel.
Yeah.
On the ground.
Yeah. They were. Yeah, they were picking up some very bad habits. Okay. So, this is sometimes called the Second Sodom. Sometimes called the Second Sodom. It's very similar in its narrative to what happened at Sodom. Okay? So, Danny Dement, behaving as animals. Yeah. No. Yeah, animals don't do that. Yeah, they were being wicked. Okay? So that's why they wanted it. Okay. Next one here is from Read Bible, Learn Gospel, Give Love for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says contribution to the vacation snack fund. Well, that would be nice. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate the support. Very much appreciated. Merv Monson, just like how Sodom was a Canaanite city. Well, yeah, Sodom was a Canaanite city.
Just like Sodom was a
Canadian city, yeah. Darkblade says, and then the tribe of Benjamin, instead of extraditing the offenders, tries to defend them with military force. Exactly. Well, here's the thing. I mean, that Levite, he murders his concubine. She wasn't dead when he chopped her up into pieces. She wasn't dead. He killed her. He murdered her. She was, after they got through with the concubine, she was in really bad shape. But she was alive and she wasn't dead. That Levite murdered her, sent the parts to the various tribes of Israel to incite them against the Benjaminites because his pride was hurt. And then he just disappears into the woodwork. He is such a dirtbag. That Levite is such a dirtbag. So, yeah, there's a lot of blame to go around on this one. A lot of it. No innocent parties here. Except the concubine. Concubine's the only innocent person here. All right. Next question here. Judges 19:25. Is there any reason why he sent them out? Okay. The text says, but the men would not listen. So the man seized his concubines and brought her out to them. And they essayed her and abused her all night until morning. So they let her go at the approach of dawn. And the day began at dawn, and the woman came and fell down at the doorway of the man's house where her master was until full daylight. Okay, so, yeah, because he was a coward. He was a coward. He sent her out. Worthless dirtbag. That's why he sent him out. Because he was a coward. Judges 20, verse 5. This liar's shaking my head. I don't think he liked her. He didn't care. Verse 5 here. No. Oh. Yeah, he's not telling the complete truth here on verse 5. But the men of Gibeah rose up against me and surrounded the house at night because of me. They intended to kill me. Instead, they ravished my concubine so that she died. No, you murdered her. She had not died. He makes it sound like she just passed away. No, he killed her. He killed her. Mm-hmm. She was still alive. Non-responsive, catatonic, but alive. Yeah. 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 It was an assault on his pride. And he was going to get his revenge. And he didn't care who he had to hurt to do it. Yeah.
Benjamin, their dominant.
Mm-hmm.
He is his dominant.
Yeah. So just horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay, Judges 2013. Who's Belial? Why sons of Belial? Judges 2013. Judges 2013? Now then, deliver up the men, the worthless fellows. Yeah, sons of worthlessness. Essentially, that's what sons of Belial are. So it's a term meaning worthless. It comes from the idea of that whole sort of Baal worship. Okay, so this is basically a play on the word Baal. So the worthless fellows, the worthless sons of worthlessness, and it comes and it's a derivation of a religious term of basically Baal. So so these worthless guys, that we may put them to death and remove this wickedness from Israel. But the sons of Benjamin would not listen to the voice of their brothers, the sons of Israel. So, yeah. Who is Belial? He's Baal, the storm deity, the Canaanite storm deity. So this is again a play on words. It's a play on words. So basically, Baal and worthlessness being sort of merged in sort of this sort of tongue-in-cheek kind of way. They might have actually had somebody who was named close to that, so that's probably part of this as well. So, okay, next one here. Again from AT Ministries, Judges 2021. So they couldn't give their daughters, but Benjamin could steal their daughters of Israel. Okay, Judges 21. So after this, the Israelites sort of almost wipe out the entire tribe. In their sort of vengeance here, they wipe out the entire tribe. Verse 20, and they commanded the sons of Benjamin, saying, go and lie and wait in the vineyards, and watch and behold, if the daughters of Shiloh come out to take part in the dances, then you should come out of the vineyards, and each of you should catch his wife from the daughters of Shiloh, and go to the land of Benjamin. Okay, so this is what's called a loophole, a technicality. Okay, so they refused, they vowed, they made a sacred vow to the Lord not to give their daughters to Benjamin, okay, because of what they had done. So but the technicality is they couldn't give their daughters to Benjamin, but Benjamin could steal them. So the way this worked was daughters would volunteer, eligible daughters would volunteer for this dance ceremony in the vineyard. Oh yeah, this would have been voluntary. This would have been completely voluntary. You know, you got a second or third daughter down the line, and you don't have enough. Your family's not influential enough to to do good dowry. It wasn't a bad option. Wasn't a bad option. So 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 yeah, so the daughters would volunteer for this. So this is not one of those. This is not a case where they're being essayed or this is happening against their will. Yeah, these daughters know they could get a random stinker in all this. Okay, but they were willing to accept this. Okay, and then what would happen is the Benjaminites would steal, scare quotes, steal their wives, and then they would just have a normal wedding. I don't know. They brought flowers while they were stealing them. so, so it's a loophole. It's a loophole. They vowed not to give their daughters, but if they were just happen to be dancing in a vineyard, and who dances in a vineyard? Okay, come on. I mean, this was not something people did. Okay, so all these women are dancing in the vineyard, and then the Benjaminites just happen to see them and steal them. Yeah, so it's a legal loophole. Okay, so that's what's going on in Judges 2121. So I hope that helped. Thank you for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Louis Sandoval asks, I will also take that super chat too because it's a question like Paul for 1999 says, thank you very much for that super chat. He says, I would like to sponsor any question, and we'll sponsor this one here. Louis Sandoval says, I've seen a Reddit comment saying, yeah, you really shouldn't read stuff off of Reddit. Those guys are so dumb. Reddit comment saying Canaanites, Amorites, and Habiru are all the same people, but described by their location and status. How true is that? Not really. Okay. Canaanites are basically those Semitic peoples that are living in Canaan. That's a Canaanite. Amorites used to be Canaanites. They migrated to Mesopotamia, got established there. So basically, in the early Bronze Age, they were the same. Okay, Amorites and Canaanites were same in the early Bronze Age, but then they'd split up. Okay, and the Amorites, they moved to Mesopotamia. And then in the Middle Bronze Age, they start coming back. Okay, so they're not the same as Canaanites. They're distant relatives of Canaanites. Very distant relatives. Now, Habiru is anybody can be a Habiru. Okay, Habiru is a social class. Habiru it means bum. Okay, a sojourner, outcast, person who lives out in the fields, mercenary, no good. A bum. That's what a Habiru is. And a Habiru can be any ethnicity. You can be a Babylonian Habiru. You can be a Canaanite Habiru. You can be an Amorite Habiru. You can be an Egyptian Habiru. It does not matter what your race is. Okay, they're not the same people. We find a Habiru described all across the Fertile Crescent into Egypt. Okay? So they're everywhere. They're basically a low status person. So that's what a Habiru is. Some Canaanites were Habiru, some were not. Some Amorites were Habiru, some were not. As I said, some Assyrians were Habiru, some were not. So it really doesn't. They're really not the same people. They're just sort of it's Canaanites and Amorites. Those are in the case of Canaanites, that's an ethnicity based on geographic designation. An Amorite is a ethnicity though based upon lineage, and Habiru is a social class. And sometimes these groups overlap and sometimes they don't. So not necessarily the same people. So I hope that helps. And thank Paul for that sponsored super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay, I'll take it now. Let's see. Lewis asks, are there any books that can explain prehistoric times, such as Göbekli Tepe and transition to Abrahamic times? I don't know of any off the top of my head. Now, Göbekli Tepe, that's you're getting into at that point into Anatolian archaeology, and I'm not an expert on Anatolian archaeology. I know somebody who is an expert on this, but I don't know what she would recommend for this. As far as that transition into Abrahamic times, that's a huge swath of time. I mean, you're talking about and you're talking 8,000 years of difference between Göbekli Tepe and Abraham. So in 8,000 years, there's a lot of history that can happen. So it's not even something that's even practical to put into a single book, except maybe for a general book on prehistoric archaeology. But that would only give you a really surface treatment here of the subject. It wouldn't give you any detail at all. So I don't think there's any books out there that would cover that scope. That's a lot of scope. So it's not even the same sort of I'll say this. You're not even talking about the same sort of cultures here. Completely different cultures. Like Anatolian archaeology. You know, you're talking about, say, the development of agriculture. So these are guys that are domesticating things like chickpeas and barley at that point in time. Abraham's long after that. Long after that. Lewis, yes, a book that you can recommend. I can't recommend a book on prehistory. It's not my field. It's really not my field. So,
Anybody,
yeah.
but probably
That's a whole specialty all by itself. And Anatolian, yeah, it's prehistory, so it's there's a lot of speculation involved there. You're going to get a lot more on, say, archaeological findings, say, versus anything textual. Anatolian archaeology is especially in and of itself, and it's different than, say, Semitic archaeology. What's sometimes called Syro-Palestinian archaeology. So these are different specializations. So it's unlikely you're going to find a book that covers them all this. Jack Ray, but it's not post interesting. Well, that's true. It's not post interesting. It's pre interesting. Pre interesting. Okay, next one here. Other AT Ministries here. Ruth 2 for bread on vinegar. Okay, let's take a look at that. Ruth, chapter 2, verse 14. Okay. And at mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come here, that you may eat the bread, and dip your piece of bread in the vinegar." So she sat beside the reapers, and he served her toasted grain, and she ate and was satisfied and had some left. Okay. Yeah, bread and vinegar. It's delicious. Italians will not serve bread with butter, but what they will do is they'll serve bread with olive oil and vinegar, usually a balsamic vinegar. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll even grind pepper into the olive oil, and it is absolutely delicious. Presumably Boaz would have had some olive oil too. So yeah, bread, vinegar, and they use it as a dip. It's delicious. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, and you can get it at almost every Italian restaurant you go to. You know, you'll be served bread, but no butter. They won't serve you butter. But what they'll do is they'll serve you olive oil and vinegar. And what you do is you have a couple plates. Put the oil on one plate, crack some black pepper into that, and in the other one you just a little bit of vinegar and you dip. So yeah, it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. So yeah, that was a thing. It still is a thing. Mama, yep, worth breaking keto for. Absolutely. It is absolutely worth breaking keto for, unfortunately. It is so delicious though. It is absolutely so delicious. Paul says it's delicious. Yep, so there's another one. Yep. Paul, we use one plate, half and half. Yeah, you can do that too. Yep. But it is absolutely scrumptious. Absolutely scrumptious. Olive oil and balsamic vinegar. You dip your bread in it. Delicious. Delicious. And Boaz clearly has good taste here. He has a very good taste. And now we're hungry for bread and olive, and we don't have any bread in the house, so... Okay. Next one here. Ruth 3:4. Did Naomi hope Boaz would know Ruth so he would be required to marry her? Let's just have a look here. 3 verse 4. Okay, so Naomi says to her, "And it shall be where he lies down, that you shall notice the place where he lies, and you shall go and uncover his feet and lie down, and then he will tell you what you shall do." Yeah, that's the implication here. That's the implication, is that he would know Ruth, be suitably impressed, and married her. Yeah, that's the whole scheme here. So Mama says she knew he was an honorable man. Yeah, he was a very honorable man. But if he wasn't, well, that's okay too, because he's wealthy. Um, so yeah, he was an honorable man. She was a good match. This was a good match. Both are on the older side. Yeah, perfectly fine. Yeah. Yep. Potentially more. He was more honorable than Naomi thought. Well, that sometimes it happens. Let's see here. Next one here. Read Bible, learn gospel, give love. He asked the question. I wonder if the first question served Eucharist with bread and wine. Thoughts? Vinegar. Thoughts? No, they wouldn't have served it with vinegar. Because the vinegar was associated with the crucifixion. Okay? So, because of that association with the crucifixion, vinegar was not served at Eucharist. It's explicitly not served at Eucharist. It would have been wine. Would have been wine and bread and wine. That's your first Eucharist. So, but vinegar would have been verboten. Yeah, that would have been bad. That would be bad. You do not want to serve vinegar at Eucharist. You could serve a lot of things actually at Eucharist, just not vinegar. You, there have been people who in the past have substituted things like grape juice is the most common substitute today. Um, but people in the past have done just plain water, like holy water. Coca-Cola has been used in some Eucharist ceremonies, but never vinegar. Vinegar's a no-no. Nope, not gonna say that. Reads Bibles. Dr. Falk saved me from insulting God. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, just don't do vinegar at Eucharist. Just saying. Um, Darkblade, how about substituting circle wafers with actual bread? Yeah, you can do that. Hey, there's nothing requiring you to do wafers. There's nothing actually saying you have to do leavened bread, unleavened bread. Both have been used by major congregations. I've heard some places use rice crackers, although that's deprecated in some congregations. The bread is not specific. I've heard you can use tortillas. People have used tortillas in Eucharist. No problem with that liturgically. So you can use, as I said, bread, tortillas, matzah, wafers. I've said rice crackers. I've heard all that's fine as far as I can tell. There's no real. I know there's like Catholicism requires there has to be wheat in it. They require whatever like if you're a Catholic, you have to have wheat in the bread. But I don't see any actual. There's no actual mandate for that. But you could use barley bread too. That works fine. Tortilla Eucharist, but let us eat it worthily. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what you got. It's what you got. And there's actually, I mean, I put this to a Jewish rabbi once, okay? I absolutely did. I put this to a Jewish rabbi once. And I asked him, well, matzah's really hard to get around here. Can I use tortillas instead of matzah? For Passover. And at first he looked horrified, and I said, well, there's no leavening in it. There's no leavening in homemade tortillas. And he goes, yeah, I guess that would work. It's unleavened bread, technically. Tortillas, the other unleavened bread. Yeah, so it's just like... of your thing fell off. Probably too much pressure. Check it. Yep. Okay. A little bit of excitement here. Okay, Mexican rabbi approved matzah. Well, Doritos. Doritos.
You'd have a lot of people coming to your church.
Yeah, true. Okay, Doritos and grape soda. Grape Doritos. Or Horitas. Sorry, Horitas. Grape Horitas and the Doritos. There you go. Fiesta Eucharist. Okay, next one here. There's a question here. I think this is Vile or Veal or something like that. I hope it's Vile. Okay. Is Moses a copy of Sargon II? No. Moses is not a copy of Sargon II. Um, and I think what you're thinking of is more Sargon of Akkad. The it's um Sargon of Akkad is what it has the birth narrative that's often associated with, say, the birth narrative of Moses, and even that the two are not similar. The only thing is that's the same is it's a basket and it's on a river. That's the only thing about the two narratives that is even remotely similar. Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, Moses
His mother just takes him in the basket and chucks him in the river, in the Tigris. Okay, now the Tigris isn't a calm river. Sargon of Akkad is doing white river rafting down the Tigris. Okay. Uh, Moses is placed in the reeds at the edge of the river. He's not chucked into the river and just allowed to float. Yeah, Sargon's tossed in. Wee, said the baby. Yeah, so it's like the Tigris is a rough river. I mean, that one's not that's not good. That kid did some right river rafting down the Tigris, and he's found by a gardener. He's found by a gardener. Okay, when the basket finally comes to rest at the edge. Yeah. No. What the Moses narrative is about is not, it's not some copy of the Sargon of Akkad birth narrative, and that birth narrative is actually really late. People don't understand that that's a really late writing. Uh, it's like 7th century. The only copy we have of it is like 7th century. It's really late. It's actually much later than the Moses narrative. So, in the case of Moses, though, you know, he's set at the edge of the river in the reeds, and the sister is watching so that nothing happens to the kid. Sargon's just tossed and left to the fates. Um,
and that's the point.
yeah,
They're
that's the point. Yeah,
found. They're expecting Moses to be found.
yeah,
Sargon's abandoned.
yeah, yeah. In the case of Moses, they're expecting, you know, the sister is expecting Moses to be found, and if he's not found, he's going to be retrieved and brought home, and then they're going to do it the next day. Okay. So, um, yeah, this was Moses being put into the reeds is a monitored operation. Merponson, is the sister Miriam? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's Miriam. That's who's presumed to be the sister here. Okay. But it's a monitored operation. They're making sure that the kid's safe. The point is for the kid to survive, not necessarily to die. You know, they're just hoping some Egyptian comes by and adopts him. That's what they're hoping is going to happen. You know, he's in a cared for situation. He's in a basket that's, you know, been woven by one of the Semites. You know, he's got a blanket in there. He's got some clothing in there that looks Semitic. Yeah, you know, Egyptians would adopt, you know, occasionally abandoned children. Because that's what Egyptian women could do. Yeah. Yeah, any woman could adopt a child in Egypt except a slave woman or the daughter of a king. So, Mama says babies are cute. Adoption was a pretty sure bet. Well, he was a 3-month-year-old. He was 3 months old already. So, he's in that chubby cute stage. Okay? So, okay, next one here is from Ministries. And that. All right. Since Boaz was a redeemer, does that mean David is technically a descendant of Mahlon and Elimelech, not Boaz? No, David is technically a descendant of Boaz. Okay, he's a kinsman redeemer. Okay, he's a kinsman redeemer. But that's David gets his line of descent directly from Boaz. Okay, so so that's where he gets his line of descent from. So hope that helps. Next one here. Ruth 3:17. Is barley a dowry given to Naomi? I don't know if that's a dowry here. Let's just take a look here. Text says. Ruth 3:17, and she said, "These 6 measures of barley he gave to me, for he said, 'Do not go to your mother empty-handed.'" No, I don't think that's a dowry. That would not be considered an appropriate dowry. Besides, dowries were given to the husband, not to the wife, to wife's family. Okay. So it was the responsibility of the husband to make a house. The dowry is a sum of money that the bride brought into this. Okay, so this is not this is not a dowry. This is just feeding the mother-in-law. It's essentially what it is. Ruth 4:1-2. So Boaz was greatly respected. Says here, now Boaz went up to the gate and sat there, and behold, the close relative of whom Boaz spoke was passing by. So he said, "Turn aside, friend, sit down here." And he turned aside and sat. And he took 10 men of the elders of the city and said, "Sit down here." And so they sat. Okay, so he's judging at the gate. So yeah, he's probably an elder. He's probably highly respected. He's got a lot of money. Dude's got a large inheritance. So yeah, absolutely, he's well respected. Okay. Ruth 4:3 is Boaz lying about the land. Well, let's see this. Verse 3. Then he said to the closest relative, Naomi, who has come back from the land of Moab, has to sell a piece of land which belongs to our brother Elimelech. Okay. So I thought to inform you, saying, buy it before those who are sitting here, and before the elders of my people, if you will, redeem it. But if not, tell me that I may know, for there is no one but you to redeem it, and I am after you. And he said, I will redeem. Okay. So as a kinsman redeemer, he has got the option to buy out inheritance that his sons, that inheritance is not a permanent acquisition. It isn't. It isn't. Okay. The land is barren essentially. She has to sell it because it's part of the inheritance of her husband. It's now, and there's no one to inherit it. There's no children to inherit it. So So Naomi's got this chunk of her inheritance from her husband, and now she's got to, do something with it. And Boaz has the capability to till the land, and because they are of the same clan, he can act as the kinsman redeemer, basically buy out her portion, because she's not going to produce any children. Buy out her portion. What happens is, when he has children himself, that portion will then get subdivided. Okay, one will go to his firstborn. His firstborn will get his portion, his double portion, his portion, and the next child will get that Naomi's portion. So there's a clan preservation that happens through this process of kinsman redemption. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hey, Ruth 4:6. What was this man trying to protect? 4:6. Okay, and verse 5. Then Boaz said, on the day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you must acquire Ruth the Moabitess. So he's basically saying this. Okay, if you want to buy that land, you have also got to marry the widow of the deceased in order to raise up the name of the deceased on his inheritance. Okay? And then the closest relative said, I cannot redeem it myself, lest I jeopardize my own inheritance. Redeem it for yourself. You may have my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it. So, in verse 7, this was the custom in former times in Israel concerning the redemption and exchange of land to confirm any matter. A man must remove his sample and give it to another, that this was the manner of attestation in Israel. So the closest relative said to Boaz, buy it for yourself, and he removed his sample. And then Boaz said to the elders of the people, you are witnesses today that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belongs to Elimelech, and all that belongs to Kilion and Mahlon. Moreover, I have acquired Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of Mahlon, to be my wife in order to raise up the name of the deceased of his inheritance, so that the name of the deceased may not be cut off from his brothers or from the court of his birth. You are witnesses today. Okay, so he gets around, essentially what happens is Boaz gets around the requirement to marry Naomi by marrying her former, or her daughter-in-law. So the clan line is preserved, and he doesn't have to marry Naomi, and as such, there is that clan integrity that remains intact here. So in verse 46, what he's preventing is the subdivision of the land. So if he basically takes, acquires this land, and he marries Naomi, he puts his own inheritance at stake. Presumably, this guy might not have children yet. Okay? So if he might not have children, and Naomi is too old to bear children, then where does his inheritance go? Then he's stuck, without somebody to inherit. So there's a woman that comes with the deal. It's just which one. So the fact is that, Ruth is now promised to Boaz. So she's off the market. She's off the market. The only available woman left that's on the market still is Naomi. She's the only one that's still on the market. So if he marries her, if this kinsman redeemer marries her, he runs that risk of having no children, because she's too old to bear children at this point. So so that's so that's what he was trying to protect is his own posterity and inheritance. All right. Next one here. Uh do people in the West misread Genesis 2:24? Probably. People in the West misread a lot of things. Genesis 2 verse 24. All right. For this cause, a man shall leave his father and his mother and cleave to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Well, I don't know what you mean by misread here. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can misread this. So, I mean, you could. I mean, it is providing the religious basis for marriage. That is the intent of the passage. So, but I don't know what you would mean possibly by misreading here specifically. So, that's probably the best I can give you here without knowing specifically what you meant. Okay, Ruth 4:11. Why's everyone find that she's a Moabite? Ruth 4:11. Okay. And all the people who were in the court and the elders said, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make this woman who is coming into your home like Rachel, like Leah, of both of whom built the house of Israel. May you achieve wealth in Ephrathah and became famous in Bethlehem." Okay. We're not sure if everyone was okay with this. All right. Uh it just so happens that Moabites were not supposed to be, and the descendants of Moabites were not permitted to be in the congregation of Israel for 10 generations. King David is a 4th generation Moabite. Technically, he shouldn't have been part of the assembly. But he's also king. and power tends to smooth out any inconsistencies with your past. Okay? This is essentially an example of God's grace. This is God's grace in action. You know, Ruth was a righteous Moabite. She was a righteous Gentile. So, she's a foreigner. We'll make an exception. You know, that seems to be sort of what was going on. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mama says they were saying, "May God make her a proper Israelite," essentially, right? And fertile. Yeah, more or less. But then again, too, these are, you know, she's willing to assimilate to the culture. She's really assimilating to the culture. Right. Yeah. She chose to be an Israelite by following her mother-in-law. So, yeah, she fits into that classification of righteous Gentile, and we do see these throughout the Old Testament. You know, there are righteous Gentiles all through the Old Testament. I mean, you had, um, what's called now? Hagar. Hagar's a righteous Gentile. Uriah the Hittite, righteous Gentile. We do see these all through the Old Testament. And in some ways, these are used as a lesson to Israel to say, hey, just because you're the chosen people doesn't mean you're righteous. You know, when the righteousness of the Gentiles outshines you as God's chosen people, yeah, maybe you should examine your lives. Just saying. Mama says, this was, after all, about the time of the judges when everyone did as what they thought was right. And so they probably said, I'll allow it. Yeah, probably. I mean, this is not by any means the worst thing that ever happened in Israel at that time. Not by a long shot. Okay. Next one here. AT Ministers again. Thank you for the super chat. He says, why was the Ark stationed at Shiloh? Great question. It's the one place that everyone could agree on. Okay? That's why it was Shiloh. Okay. Shiloh is the one place everyone could agree as the meeting place for the tribes of Israel. Right. At this time, there was the capital had not been established in Israel. So Israel had no capital city. It was Jerusalem was still under Jebusite control. Gibeon only became a capital of Israel under the reign of King Saul. So prior to that, the ark was supposed to, and the tabernacle was supposed to travel around Israel, but it didn't. Basically, after the Israelites sort of met to divide the land at Shiloh, the ark stayed there, more or less. Shiloh was a cultic city. It was a cultic town. It was a cult town. We don't know what was worshipped there before, but we do know it was a cult center before the Israelites got there. So the Israelites just take over Shiloh, destroy the idols, and put the tabernacle there. And it was the one place everyone could agree on. Now, when you can get 12 tribes to agree on something, that's a pretty remarkable thing. So that's why the ark was stationed at Shiloh. Okay? Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama says, it's like me trying to get my kids to agree on one main entree. When I finally find something they all agree to, it's a miracle. Yeah, well. Can't say you're wrong. Okay, 1 Samuel 1:9. Why is it called the temple of the Lord? Okay, 1 Samuel 1:9. 1 Samuel 1:9. Okay. Then Hannah rose after eating and drinking at Shiloh. Now Eli the priest was sitting on the seat by the doorpost of the temple of the Lord. Okay. It was called the temple of the Lord because it was a temple of the Lord. There was one of the things we have to keep in mind is that the temple in Jerusalem was not the only temple of the Lord. It was the temple of the Lord, the Solomonic temple, that is. But there had been other temples of the Lord. Shiloh's one of them. Basically, what happened was Shiloh continued to expand, and it had many, many cult buildings, not just, say, the tabernacle, the area of the tabernacle. It had other cult buildings as well. So it had grown into this large temple-like complex. Not large in say, if you compare it to, say, Egyptian sites, but still sizable. You had a temple of the Lord at Hebron. That was a temple of the Lord. You eventually had one at Tel Dan. That came after the Solomonic temple, but it was still a temple of the Lord. There were two temples of the Lord in Egypt. One at Tel Yehudiah, and one at Elephantine. So there was multiple temples of the Lord. So, but that's why this is called a temple of the Lord, because it was a cult site that had grown in significance to the point where it was not just a tent. It was a tent surrounded by a complex of buildings. And these buildings had cultic significance. They found 400 altars there for burning incense. So yeah, there was a lot of religious activity happening at Shiloh. A lot of it. Okay, next one. 1 Samuel 1:12. Was Eli the high priest? Yes, he was. but we can just go over that. Now it came about as she continued praying before the Lord that Eli was watching her mouth. As for Hannah, she was speaking in her heart, only her lips were moving, but her voice was not heard. So Eli thought she was drunk. Yeah, Eli's kind of a nunce. But he was the high priest. He was the high priest. He was descendant of the line of Aaron, and he was sort of the last high priest. And basically the last. Him and his sons were the last suitable. Basically, until his grandson grew up, to be priests in doing temple service. This is one of those interesting things that the Bible doesn't talk about explicitly, but him and his two sons were, say, the last of the family of Aaron at that point. And they go to war, they die, and Eli falls over and breaks his neck. All right. Now the house of Israel does not have a man who is suitable to be high priest. Not for another 20 years. So it's only after Eli's grandson grows up that you have another legitimized high priest. The question then is, who's doing the offerings? Who's doing the sacrifices? It's probably Samuel. Samuel is one of those enigmatic figures where the text doesn't explicitly say he was high priest, but he's the only one left who could have done it. So they didn't stop doing sacrifices just because there was no high priest. It now fell to Samuel to do it. So and this fits in line with the prophecy that he's given that Eli's line will be cut off, and that another from outside will take his place. And this is what happens: is Samuel, starts doing the sacrifices, instead of a Levite, instead of a one of the lines of Aaron, because there's no one left. And there wouldn't be until his grandson grows up, because you're not eligible to do high priestly service until you turn a certain age. So Read Bible says, how did they lose all their high priests during that time? Oh, this is something it's a family profession. A family profession. So, to be high priest, you have to be of a certain family. To be a regular priest, you had to be of a certain family. If you didn't reproduce, if you didn't make babies, the line peters out. You didn't make sons. No, you could have babies, yeah, but you didn't have sons, yeah. So if you weren't making sons, and frankly, Eli thought he had this in the bag. He had 2 sons. They just went to war and got killed there. So, that happened to a lot of people, yeah. Read Bible goes, so prophets can replace high priests? Wow, God's adaptable and merciful, thank the Lord. It's not just, Samuel is not just a prophet. He's also a Nazarite. Okay? So, there's an important distinction here. So, he's one of those very strange combinations. He's a Nazarite. So he's under the Nazarite vow. So he's been consecrated as holy. He's ritually pure. So Yeah, a Nazarite is somebody who takes a vow of holiness. Um, a Nazarite is for it can be for a little while, it can be just for a short span of time, or it can be for a lifetime. A Nazarite is given to in this case, he can't cut his hair, he can't touch anything that's been ritually defiled, like he can't touch a corpse, and he can't drink of the fruit of the vine. Okay, so that's it's a very it's one of those sort of classes of religious workers where he is sort of the holiness sacrifice. We won't get into that, but
But yeah,
yeah. So Samuel is unique. He's very special. He was both dedicated to the temple. So his mother presented him to be a temple worker. He's a Nazarite as a result, and a prophet. So he can do the he can fill in for the high priest in this particular emergency situation until another high priest comes along that can do the duty. So Mama says, Kiara, what did you just say? We almost got a giggle. Something that shouldn't be repeated. Leave it at that. You shall type it. Okay, you can type it. You're in charge of yourself. You can do your own thing. All right. So yeah, that's why. First Samuel 2:10, but there was no king yet. Yeah. First Samuel 2 verse 10. Those who contend with the Lord will be shattered against them. He will thunder in the heavens. The Lord will judge the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king and will exalt the horn of his anointed. Okay. So yeah, at this point there's no king yet, but we're not even told. I mean, this is a prophecy, so he will give strength to his king. So essentially there's a king coming. So but there is not yet. First Samuel 2:22. 2:22. Now Eli was very old. He heard that his sons were doing all to all what he had heard that his sons were doing to all Israel, and how they lay with the women who served at the doorway of the temple of meeting. All right. Um so what women served there? Okay. Outside of the temple temple of meeting, women were allowed. They would clean up the premises. They would serve meals. They would do the support functions of say the temple complex. So these were just women in the community that would do this. Some of them might have been paid to do this. But yeah, women could serve outside of the temple precinct, the tabernacle precinct. That was sort of what was going on here. Is they were as I said, they were keeping things clean. They were doing some little maintenance. They were cooking meals, all that stuff. And the sons of Eli were predating upon them essentially. So that's what was happening there. Okay, First Samuel 3:7. What's it mean Samuel didn't know Yahweh? Okay. 3 verse 7. All right, and we'll start verse 6. And the Lord called again, Samuel. So Samuel arose and went to Eli, and he said, Here I am, for you called me. But he answered, I did not call you, my son. Lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, nor had the word of the Lord yet been revealed to him. So this is essentially that this is his first time encountering Yahweh. So that's what it means here. It's not that he didn't know about Yahweh. It's more that he didn't know that. Okay, we need to get rid of those people, hun. Get rid of. I'll get rid of them. Bye bye. Okay, so it's basically that that this is Samuel's first encounter with Yahweh, so he's not familiar with the voice. So that's what's going on there. Okay, and I think we will take a couple non-super chats if we have any left. And then we're going to call it a night here. Yeah, because they're worthless. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. What time is that? 10:51. Okay. $10.50. All right. Darkblade asks, "Does Dr. Falk affirm the Theotokos?" Yes, I do. Now what is the Theotokos? It's the idea of that Mary is the God bearer. Okay, Theotokos means God bearer. Okay, and practically every Christian church affirms the Theotokos. Okay, doesn't matter if you're Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, community church, independent church. Everyone, almost everyone, in affirms the Theotokos. Okay, so that's just it's this is what's called the first Marian dogma, and everyone in Christianity practically affirms the first Marian dogma. The only ones who say don't affirm the first Marian doctrine would be, I think, some of the Eastern Communion churches that still support Nestorianism. But that's basically what the only churches I know that do not support the first Marian dogma, and frankly, they're outside of Orthodoxy anyway. So, in that respect, so okay, next one. We got any more?
Yeah.
Okay, what time stamp? 10:36. Alrighty. 10:36. Six. Okay, Lou Sandoval asks, are angels still active in the ministry of Christians and involved in the day-to-day of humanity? Yes, they are. We are actually told, and this sort of leads into the question too of, are there such a thing as guardian angels? And the answer to that is also yes. We are told that angels do watch over us. They watch over us. We don't told how many are watching over us, or exactly if, say, angels are just watching over one person or several at a time. But we are told that angels do watch over us. They take care of us. They do try to steer us out of harm's way, moral harm and physical harm sometimes. So they're still active, and they're still part of the ministry of Christians, even though we don't sort of engage them on a day-to-day basis, it seems. So they are involved in humanity. They do sometimes act as messengers. They do act as guardians as such, and protectors. So yeah, they're still involved in the life of, say, the Christian, even though we scarcely see them. So yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'll take one more here, I think. Okay, one or two more? We can still do one or two more. Yep, that's fine. That helps me too. All right, 39. Okay, which one is this? Okay, we'll pull that up here. Chaz Vance asked, I'm currently researching how the Septuagint translates Elohim to see how Second Temple Jews interpret the lesser Elohim. How should I understand Elohim in light of how God is a loaded word now? Okay. How should I understand Elohim in light of how God is a loaded word? Okay. Back then, any spirit that was running around could be an Elo, an El. Okay. Elohim is the plural. And there's two kinds of plural, okay? You have in Hebrew what's called a magnificent plural. You also have a numerical plural. Okay? So in the case of the one, magnificent plural is where it's one, it's a singular being, but he's magnified. Okay, so it's kind of a way of the Hebrew saying like God of gods, but in sort of concise language. And it's singular in number, but plural in form. Okay, so for example, Elohim in Genesis 1:1, it's singular in number, but plural in form. So that's an example of Elohim in the magnificent plural. There's even a text somewhere where King David is called the Melachim, King of Kings, essentially. Okay. Now then there you've got, say, the numeric plural, where Elohim is a plural in number and in form. And in those cases, it should be translated as gods. Okay? But a god in the ancient Near East, an El, is one of those things that's that they sort of believe there were many of, and not in the same way as Yahweh is. Yahweh is a sort of species distinct idea of God. So when we talk about in the West, when we say a god, it's usually loaded to be Yahweh. That's who we usually talk about as a god. But the ancient mind saw many spirit critters as being gods. They're not necessarily all powerful. They're not all knowing. They're not all good. But they're powerful beings. They're just sort of spirit critters that run around creating trouble. Or maintaining the order of the universe. Not all of them created trouble. Okay? but some of them did. So, how you understand Elohim is going to make is going to be based upon how you're reading the text and exactly whereabouts you are in the text. Sometimes it means a singular god, sometimes it means many gods. So it's going to depend. Context is going to really matter here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it. See, we just had a couple come in here. Yeah. We got next one here is from Jack Ray for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Keeps learning question. John 10:34-35. Was Jesus placing himself as God who called them gods, or one of those who were called gods? As God called them gods. I'm not quite sure what he's asking. Can you figure this out? Let's take a look at the text. Let's see what the text says. Maybe we can figure out from the text. Okay. All right, the text says, and Jesus answered them, has it not been written in your law, I said you are gods? If he called them gods, to whom the word of God came, do you say of him, the Father is sanctified and sent into the world? You are blasphemous because I said, I am the Son of God. All right. This is a reference to Psalm 82. Okay. Now, what's happening in Psalm 82 is kind of different. Okay. It's a human judge. Now, this is one of those amphibolous texts. Go to Psalm 82. Okay. So this is an amphibolous text. It's a text that starts off in one direction, and then you understand as you're reading this, it does a switch on you. Okay? So Psalm 82 starts off, God takes a stand in his own congregation. He judges in the midst of the Elohim, the gods. So this is one of those places where this is actually gods. Okay? In the midst of the gods. Okay? How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Selah. Vindicate the weak and the fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and destitute. Wait, I thought we were talking about gods here. How are these judges? These are judges, are just, you know, they're dispensing justice, showing partiality to the wicked, vindicating the weak, you know, and they're told to vindicate the weak and the fatherless. How is a spirit critter supposed to do that? Well, he's not. This is an amphibolous text. Verse 4, rescue the weak and needy, deliver them out of the hand of the wicked. They do not know, nor do they understand, walk about in darkness, all the foundations of the earth are shaken. Verse 6, and I said, you are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High. Nevertheless, you will die like men, and fall like any one of the princes. Arise, O judge, judge the earth, O God, judge the earth, for it is thou who dost possess all the nations. So what's going on in this text is it starts off talking about the gods, but then it switches. You get the sense here that it's not talking about spirit critters anymore. It's talking about human judges. And it comes back to that in verse 6. Where he says, you know, I've called you gods, but you're going to die like men. Okay? So, it's this idea that, you know, even the high ruling spirit critters have a weak spot. They're vulnerable. So, just because you humans think you're judges, and I've called you a god, because a judge is a kind of god. He has power over life and death. This is a very this is something that I've seen more than one occasion in the Old Testament, where like for example, when Moses, God presents Moses to Pharaoh, he says, "I will make you like a god in the eyes of Pharaoh." It doesn't say the like though; it says, "I will make you a god in the eyes of Pharaoh." Person who has the power of life and death. Okay, so we got that understanding in our heads when we talk about Psalm 82 here. Starts off talking about gods, switches to human judges, and then switches back. Just to wrap it all up. So then we go here to John. John. And Christ takes that passage and he applies it. So, 34. Jesus answered them, "Has it not been written in your law? I said, you are gods." Psalm 82. He's taking this right out of Psalm 82. If he called them gods, to whom the word of God came. Okay, so we've got here, God is basically calling the judges gods. Do you say of him, whom the Father sanctified and sent into the world, you are blaspheming, because I have said, I am the Son of God. Now he's basically saying here, he's making an argument. The Son of God is a God. That's what they're thinking. They're all thinking this. They're all thinking the Son of a God is a God. The Son of a King is a king. Just a king that hasn't come into his throne yet. And the same goes for Son of God. He's a God, but he has yet to be glorified and magnified as one. Verse 27, if I do not do the works of my Father, do not believe me. So he's making this strong argument here that, why are you surprised? Why are you surprised that I'm calling myself, who was sent from heaven, Son of God, when God has called you guys gods? Yeah, okay. That's the argument. So he's basically saying that's like, you want to stone me for this? Stone yourselves. Because that's basically what's going on here. So, when you ask now, was Jesus placing himself as the God who called them gods, or as the one of those who were called gods? Well, he doesn't place himself in either one of those positions, but he's basically sort of turning the tables. They want to kill him for blasphemy. What they want to do. But he says this is something in your own law, in your own scriptures. So if it's right in this case, it's even more correct for someone sent from heaven. That's what he's making here, the argument in verse 36. Do you say of him, whom the Father sanctified and sent into the world, you are blaspheming? Did God blaspheme when he called you judges of the law gods? No. God the Father didn't blaspheme. But you can't turn around and say that Christ, who is sent from the Father and sanctified from the Father, is blaspheming because he says, I am the Son of God. So that's sort of what's going on in that text. So he's not placing himself as the God who called them gods, but he is saying that that the argument there is that, God isn't blaspheming when he said, I have called you gods. So if I say I am the Son of God who came from heaven as God incarnate, he's not blaspheming either. So I hope that explained that. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. And I also want to thank you very much for the 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships that you've gifted the channel. Thank you so very much. That really helps us to keep going, especially now that things are really tight, thanks to the recent changes in the YouTube algorithm. So we really appreciate your steadfast support, and we are so grateful. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're going to call it a night here. So we're a little after midnight. Unless there's a question you really want me to take. Nope, we're good. Okay. So, I want to thank everyone who's supported us through your super chats and through donating to PayPal. We really appreciate those contributions. Those keep us going, they keep food on our table, and allow us to continue bringing this content to you. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. Again, you guys keep things going here, keep the lights on. A lot of that money goes towards the maintenance of the equipment, which we really appreciate. Thank you so very much. And finally, we want to thank those who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe buttons, hit that boost button, and who share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you very much for watching. We're so glad you could join us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.